All right, all right, all right. All right. So it took a little longer than expected to get live, but we got there. All right. So let's focus in on the news area and just break that down so we can dive in at the start of the stream. And I will also tweet this out. All right, guys, we're doing a final sound check, but we got an awesome stream lined up today. I will actually give you guys the quick agenda update so you kind of see what we got planned. So we're going to cover the news. I haven't gone through all this news yet, so this is going to be very interesting. You're going to see live reactions on the news. I'll tell you what I think. Then we're diving into some behind the scenes work sprints. So gonna be dealing with some wheeling and dealing, closing some sales. We're going to be doing some podcast scheduling. We actually have a podcast later on too, with someone from Luxor, so one of Saz Mining's partners. We've got a podcast that we're going to be recording with Haley, and then uh, we recently put out a job description for a CTO for my worker AI. And so we've got a lot of great applicants. Intros have been made. We've got a lot of people to talk to. And then finally, um, this is what we, this is going to be a recurring theme over the coming couple weeks, but there's a lot of work that we have to do from a admin and data room perspective. So we're going to be doing some of that work here on stream. With that said, I am actually going to share the stream here and we can get going. Okay, I'm going to test the audio as well. All right, here we go. All right, guys, now that we've gone through the agenda, let's dive into the news. Okay, so this is going to be my first time seeing this news. Every single time before we hop on stream, we we do this. We go and we figure out what's happening, what's going to be relevant here. So California and New York frontier AI safety laws. So what happened? Both states are moving to pass their first of their kind frontier AI laws requiring model safety testing, thresholds for catastrophic risks, and transparency on failures. Why it matters, regulation is coming in state by state first, not federal. Early compliance could be painful, but also creates trust signals. So this is going to be interesting. What I'm about to tell you, my view is probably going to be different than, if you follow me a lot, what you might think it is. Real quick, before I share all that, we'll go through the rest. So, talking points could create a patchwork of rules like GDPR versus US privacy laws, potential to squeeze small startups out unless compliance is lightweight, and might shape how investors view risk in AI first startups. Okay, so a lot of things here. I would say first, normally I'm more laissez-faire, government hands-off, free market approach. I think that, there are certain cases where in certain industries it makes sense. Um, and in this case, I actually do think that safety is very, very important from the AI front. Now, what the actual What actually gets passed and the goals of that, that's a whole separate conversation. We'll see what happens. We don't have much information here. But I do think that it's important to take the AI danger seriously, and maybe this is something that helps. It looks like it's starting on a state by state basis before federal. So, uh, and then the hook, California and New York just moved faster than DC on AI laws. This could change everything for startups. And it could. If that, depending on what gets passed, government can always influence, who's going to win and who are going to be the people that might not be able to compete because of X, Y, and Z regulation. All right. Moving on. Windows 11, September 2025 update. Interesting how this was gathered in the news here. But let's see. So, what happened in their update? So, new features include improved Copilot integration, privacy dashboards, recall app homepage, and better agent permissions. So, aimed at Copilot plus PCs. Okay. Interesting, I guess. Why it matters. When AI is built into the OS, user expectations shift. Apps that don't match the polish feel outdated. Honestly, I think you're already seeing this. Like, if you just take a couple steps back and think through what it was like a couple of years ago. I mean, the bar now is so high. You look at ChatGPT 5, when it launched, everyone was like, "Oh, this isn't that good. What an underwhelming launch." If you put ChatGPT 5 in someone's hands in 2019, they're going to look at you thinking, "Oh my God, this guy is from 2100, like the far into the future." That's how fast the bar has been changed in customer expectations. I mean, really just try and put yourself in that mindset. Like pre-COVID, imagine pre-COVID, if someone gave you access to ChatGPT 5, and then they told you, they said, in 2025, when this launches, media is going to be shitting on this company for not doing a good enough product launch. That would be mind-blowing to anyone in 2019. So just really, if you put yourself in the mind of yourself in 2019, someone gave you ChatGPT 5, just really think about that. So tying back to Windows 11 news updates, they're saying this now. I mean, the bar has already shifted. Anyway, let's see what talking points ChatGPT was thinking we might want to cover here. So Microsoft embedding AI at the OS level raises the baseline for UX, your user experience. Agent permissions, blah, blah, blah. I think that this is fine. We covered this. But for the hook, Windows 11 just got smarter. Your next AI assistant might already be on your desktop. I have Windows Copilot. You might have Windows Copilot on your PC. And honestly, I don't use it. So maybe this is Windows's chance to try and get everyone excited. I will say I do know some people that work at Microsoft and they're forced to use their Copilot and they rave about it. But the people who I'm talking about and referring to are not the AI CEOs or people building startups. Like every person I know building an AI startup is not using like Copilot or something like that. But if you are completely out of the AI game and you're using Copilot, might seem pretty interesting or useful. Okay. IFA 2025 Gadget Roundup. So what happened? We covered this a little bit the other day, but it looks like this is slightly different news. So highlights include AI translation earbuds. We covered that. We played the video. Robot trainers, AI-driven smart home hubs, Galaxy Tab, S11, and modular chargers. So consumer AI. This actually is really interesting. I think that as you've got much more powerful AI, many people are looking at these AI automations and all these other things. Consumer AI, physical devices. What user experience is going to be unlocked for you from something like that? What happens in augmented reality? These are all things that, of course, we're going to be staying on the cutting edge with, but it's going to be interesting for us to just see what happens. So what happens? This is interesting. What happens when consumer expectations bleed into enterprise tools? The AI IFA 2025 proved it. Every gadget is now AI powered. Here are the wildest ones. It's the hook for that section. All right. So Samsung is planning its biggest CES ever. Are they about to one up Apple and Meta? Okay, let's see what happened here. Samsung announced that it will host its largest ever CES showcase, moving to the Win and Encore, signaling huge reveals. Okay, so I was actually at CES last year. Really unbelievable. I don't know how they get so many people going to these things and so many companies buying booths. That's how you know that there's a lot of money out there, because the amount of capital that is wasted is the wrong word, but that is being spent and potentially burned on these events is astronomical. Then again, if you close one big deal from it, then it's worth it. But I mean, these booths are expensive. One of my friends, he's building a flying vehicle, and he hooked me up with a ticket last year. He was telling me the cost of some of these booths. Spending a lot of money on a booth out there. It's massive. I think it was over 120,000 people. It's a massive amount of people going to Vegas. There's a big CES coming up here, Samsung announced. So why does this matter? So you've got an arms race for hardware dominance. Samsung wants to outshine Apple, Meta, and others in 2026. And what are you likely to see? I mean, so last year, before I dive into this, last year, I mean, it's almost like when you're a kid and you go to the candy shop, and like, if you're a kid and you just get one piece of candy normally, you're just amazed and you're so happy. But then you go into a candy shop and you can't believe it because you have all these different pieces of candy, and your eyes are bigger than your stomach. You wouldn't be able to eat even a little bit of all this candy if you had the opportunity, but you want it all. That's kind of what the CES is like, but for adults, where it's like a kid in a candy shop and you just see so many cool things. You want to try everything and you want to see every part of the conference, but you just can't because you don't have enough time. Your eyes and your wants are bigger than your stomach. And so that is CES for people like me, or people who are obsessed with tech and electronics. Super cool. Last year I got to see, I mean, so many different, I mean, the flying cars, there are a couple that did that, new concept cars, race cars, different video game areas, like immersive experiences, new tech coming out, just everything. And massive venue, massive venue. So this year seems like they've got that, but even more planned, because whole another year of progress here. So likely to show augmented reality, AI gear, home device ecosystems, Galaxy AI updates. Okay, so CES, consumer electronic, is no longer just consumer gadgets. It's global signals of what's next. And the timing suggests that Samsung wants to preempt Apple's next cycle. So, founder insight. Watching Samsung's playbook reminds us visibility is as important as capability. In startups, narrative distribution equals product distribution. In startups, you don't have as much money lying around, but the name of the game's still the same. You got to figure out distribution. All right. So we blew through that. Let's go to our agenda for the day. So agenda. We are going to make some calls here. We are going to make some calls. We're going to get some deals done. That is what we are about to do here. So I got a buddy. Actually, a lot of these deals we actually already closed. So now it's more so just getting the paperwork ready. Gonna respond to. I just dropped my phone. Gonna respond to the lawyer and get her the detail for the paperwork on 2 items. Got a 20K deal and a 25K deal. Got the go ahead from both on the call. So now I'm just sending over the final details on the paperwork. And for fairly obvious reasons, I'm keeping this off screen on the other side, but I will uh, keep the agenda up. Also, it misspelled SAS mining because I was talking out the prompt. So just know that it is SAS mining. Uh, Here's what I'll do. I'm just going to copy this. Yeah, so at the end of the day, to give you guys some background, we closed some of these deals and now we are getting the investor information. Oh my gosh. I just realized I forgot to record. This entire stream thus far has not been recording my separate camera here. It's okay. So we closed the deals. They're ready to send the money. I just need to get the final paperwork, like their investor information, over to our legal counsel. That's what I'm doing right now. This was time sensitive, so I needed to include this on the stream. I'll do this quickly. Okay. Thank you, man. I just got the information over to our lawyer. She's getting all the final docs prepared. I'll get them over to you as soon as I hear back. I do the voice just because it's faster to type, but sometimes it'll mistype things. And so it typed, "Thank you, ma'am." Don't want to send that over. Alrighty. I mean, I don't know why it built a lot of time in for that. So maybe now we go here, just so you know where we are. So um, I guess the one thing I can do, I'm gonna make a couple calls. Hey, how's it going, man? Oh, you're moving. Out of the content house? Oh, I see. Awesome, man. Very cool. I see. Okay, very cool. Yeah, for some reason I thought you were in the in the house already. Uh, okay, cool. Yeah, what's the timeline with the house? Is that just gonna be in, are you looking to have that in perpetuity for like the different creators? Or I know Kyle just moved out or yeah. Hmm. That would be pretty sweet. Yeah, that's my thought. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. How expensive is the house? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, I've kind of thought this for a little while, but when you look at just owning property, especially in California and like these nice places, it seems like the move just is to rent it. And it gives you so much more flexibility. It's easier. You don't have as much capital tied up. Like, yes, you're not built. I mean, yeah, it's just that's my personal view. I feel like when you rent, it's a little bit easier at times. Yeah, I wanted to call real quick. I've been closing on some of those shares on the 100K and was wondering, uh, you mentioned you were reaching out to a guy named Arvin, I think, and wanted to check if there was anyone else. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I haven't hit up Cephas or any of those other guys yet. So if you think that that makes sense, I could try and hit up some of them. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know him. The only guy I know is Cephas, and I haven't reached out to him yet. But if that guy Arvin seems like he's not interested or just hasn't gotten back, then I I'd probably end up trying to reach out to some of these other guys. Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, I had a great chat with him. Really like him. Uh do you have his cell actually? Yeah, that would be great if you could do that. And yeah, I mean, based on the combo I had, I mean, I might even have it. I just checked my phone though and I didn't see it, but let me maybe he's got an interesting name, so maybe when I first put it in I messed up the spelling. But yeah, if you could just text him, that would be super great. And okay. Awesome, man. Really appreciate it. And you mentioned another guy named Brian. I so I haven't actually followed up with them after. So I met him real quick in at one of his talks at UCLA, but we didn't talk for too long afterwards, and I never really followed up after that. It seemed like he was really busy at the time, though, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we did the whole session, and he, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Well, I guess in that case, yeah. Mm. Yeah. All right. Sounds good, man. Well, I appreciate you helping out and checking with Cephas, and uh, yeah, I'll be in touch. All right. Catch you later. All righty. So we are calling up people who might want to invest. I gave him the lowdown yesterday. He doesn't have money, but he knows some people. So he knows one guy that I haven't met, but he just fired off a message to the other guy, and that guy didn't get back to him. So I'm like, all right. But then there's one guy that I know that I just want to call, but Lance is really tight with him, so he's gonna just text him, see if he can pass along my number. Okay, we're gonna make another call here. Let's see. Okay. I'm just thinking through who I might want to call. All right, so we right now, just from a timing standpoint, are at 11:40. So we got the docs followed up with the two people who are in. We are calling to see what we can do to fill the remaining 55. And no one is picking up our calls. It's unbelievable. Sometimes this is okay. This is actually a very valuable lesson. I'm going to explain the lesson as I'm calling all these people. So, one of the most frequent things that you're going to get as an entrepreneur is just doors slammed in your face. How many calls did I just make? Just you guys can't see it. So, I just made 5 calls in total. The first guy picked up, the other 4 didn't. And this is just to get to the right people. I'm just making these phone calls. A lot of these people, I don't even think that they've got that much just liquid laying around to toss into private investments, but I am just going to keep making some calls, dude. Making some calls. And this is the other thing. Like sometimes you'll make a call and it might go unanswered or it will uh or it'll feel like weird or awkward. Like some of the people that I'm about to call, it's like I haven't talked to the guys that I just called that didn't answer, like maybe it'd been like over a month, but some of these years. It's gonna be a long time, but sometimes you just got to do it. Kind of, it's like kind of awkward or weird or like shameless at times having to like call someone where it's like out of the blue. It's like, hey, we haven't been in touch, but then all of a sudden you're calling to try and like do a deal or something. But sometimes you got to do that. So I'm calling them during the workday too. Um, we're gonna make calls through the next. What time is it? We got until 12:10 on the schedule, so we're just gonna be dialing the phones for the next 30 minutes. And that's how it's going to go. Okay. These people are at work. Or at least Ryan's at work. Um, another no answer. Guys, are people's phones broken today? What's going on here? I'm making these calls. No, this is embarrassing. I am embarrassed that I've made this many phone calls and no one has picked up. What the heck is going on here? Um, I mean, granted, they're all at work right now, but maybe I should make some of these calls. I should have moved this part of the stream towards after work because that's when these people will most likely pick up. But we're going to keep trying. We're going to make another call. We're going to make another call. I am baffled. Okay, guys, I think this is a new record. I have made one, two, three, four, five, six, seven calls. Only one person has picked up. That one didn't even ring. It just went straight to voicemail. They have their phones on do not disturb. Okay. I just got So as we're getting these calls not going through, I am simultaneously texting, and I just got a phone number for someone. He was a speaker at the same time that I was. Oh, actually, I just had an idea. I should call this one other guy yes. So before I call the guy that I just got the number for, I'm gonna call my buddy. I haven't talked to him in a while, but we're both speakers on a panel at a Bitcoin conference. So I'm gonna call him up. I'm starting to leave voicemails. Screw it. Yo, Spencer, how's it going, man? Uh, I just thought of you and I'm like, dude, we need to catch up. It's been a while. I also have some crazy updates and I'm also excited to hear what you've been up to. So when you get this, hit me back. Also, I mean, you probably know this from when we were out in Miami, but my phone goes to voicemail on the first dial. So when you call back, dial twice and the second call will put you through. All right, man. Excited to catch up. Peace. All right. That's our rule now. No more dialing without leaving voicemails. Every time we're going to leave a voicemail. Okay. Making another call. Yeah. Yo, Alec, how's it going, bud? Um, Dude, you just popped into my head, and I'm like, what's the life of Alec like? You know? Anyway, hit me back when you get this voicemail, of course. And it's been many years, so there's a little secret. My phone, on the first dial, it will go to voicemail. So when you call, don't give up. Just dial again and it'll put you through. So I'm pumped to catch up, bud. Hope you've been well, and I will talk to you later today. All right. Another voicemail in the books. This is actually getting like embarrassing that no one is answering. I guess it's because they're all working and they're like, what is this call about here? Um, but we are going to make another call. This person's going to be a long shot, but um, yeah, I mean, screw it. Hello, hello. How are you? Yes. I mean, it's quite the honor, huh? A midday call on what day is it today? Tuesday? Wednesday? Something like that. The days are all blending together. Yeah. Perhaps even a Thursday. Yes. Yes. Well, you just popped into my mind. I think you know what it might be. You're throwing a party this weekend, right? I have to double check. I'm doing like a lot of moving, but I think that that's why you popped in. You know what? I will try and make it to the party. It seems sweet. How do you put these on? Are you like, yeah. Well, okay, I just opened up the text. Yeah, this looks awesome. Yeah. That's the mark of any good entrepreneur, you roll with the punches, change up as needed. Yeah. Awesome. And I remember your last the beer Olympics. That was a good time. That was like surprisingly fun. I mean, I expected it to be fun, but you really know how to throw an event. Yeah. Really? Wow, that's a big step. Oh, really? What, just mainly from throwing events, or what's the business model? Yeah. Yeah. No, that sounds awesome. I'm excited. It sounds like a very exciting time for you. Hmm. Yeah, 100%. Well, thanks for telling me about the event this weekend. Um, yeah, yeah, I am back in Santa Monica. I was traveling for a little bit, been grinding quite a bit. Uh, did I tell you much about my? I think I told you about my the AI company I was building. Uh, uh, so right now, that's actually what I'm going to be doing today. Is I got a ton of great leads on a CTO, different potential people that I got to run through the interview process with. Um, I just am like right now, right before I do that, like the order of operations for me is I'm getting ready to go and raise a round for my worker. And I've got, which is the AI company, and I've got some interest. And I've seeded some capital in and raised from some angels up until now, but this is going to be like our first external raise. And ahead of the round, I want to pump some more money onto the into the company because I think it'll help us get much better terms. And so I'm simultaneously like this is outside of the CTO thing. This is my big thing for this week is just I'm trying to sell 100K worth of shares. So from my last company. So I'm offering an amazing deal. So the last company did over 10 million in revenue these past like 12 months and is like I'm selling that 100K shares at a 25 valuation. And so um yeah, that's like my big priority right now. I started a couple days ago and I've closed a good portion of it, but I'm still trying to like find a couple of like high net worth buyers, just people who might be interested. So, yeah. Yeah, that would be great. The realistically, someone taking the full 100 we can do. But I'm thinking that the check size that I'm probably going to be closing are around like 25. Yeah. So it's been fun. Yeah, exactly. Like all of the above. Because that's the big thing is, I mean, this is a unique situation because I'm selling them below like market price just because I need to move quickly on my worker. So it's like an amazing deal, which is like normally if you're raising a structured financing, it's like the price you'd want to have it reflect more so the actual price of the business. I'm just like in a liquidity crunch right now for trying to get it done for my other company. So yeah. So if you know anyone, I would be happy to chat with them. And yeah, absolutely. And you could also, if they're interested, I'll send you over some information. If you could pass along the like that information, and you could pass along my number too, and I'd be happy to chat. Like I think once they see it, they'll be like, "Oh my God, Haley, thank you so much. You are the best." Because it's like a fire sale, you know? Yeah, no, I honestly it like pains me to have to do it. Like especially when I dive into so just to tell you a little bit about the business. I told you a little bit about like the high level, but it's a completely differentiated business. And at a like we've got facilities operating in the on three different continents, like the US, Norway, and Paraguay. And we're getting ready and doing diligence on a site in Ethiopia right now. And the business is like exploding. I'm just in a position where like I have a huge priority right now with making sure my worker succeeds. It's very competitive in AI, and I just need to put myself in the best position there. And that just requires like a little like more money into the business before I go and raise this round. Yeah, it's a massive discount to the actual price. And the other big thing about it is that there's huge growth potential in the business. Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it'll be cool too, because I mean, this way you're also seeing the process like firsthand. And then when you go through and are growing your business, like, I can, especially with a lot of other things, just guiding through the paperwork in different areas, all those things, like it's very nuanced, but uh yeah, I will pass all of this stuff along and show you and give you the documents as needed. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. So there's two different ways. And for the My Worker raise, I'm actually going the venture route. So through the accelerator that I'm part of, and just from like people noticing us in the market, we've been getting more inbound interest, which is actually pretty rare. I haven't experienced it much where investors are coming and interested in like diving in deeper. And I've just been busy with trying to deal with customers and build other areas of the business. So I haven't had the chance to structure our data room and all of our investor materials. So that's like my big lift now is getting all that ready. But as I'm going through it, it's like if you raise money at the end of the day, it's a discussion with the investors. And I just realized that to be in the best position with those investors that I'm raising with on my worker side, that I need to get a little bit more cash into the business. So that's really what this is needed, and it's going to make a huge difference in how well I can raise for my worker. And that's the only reason why I'm trying to move these shares quickly and giving such a good deal. It's like a unique situation. So yeah, closing fast on it. Yeah, sounds good. Well, Haley, I appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna have to make it there. And I might I could hit up some people to see if they'd also be down to come, like Phil, Luke, some of those guys. All right. All right, awesome. Well, I will catch you this weekend. I will. I'll need to make sure I'm wearing red and looking good. All right, awesome. Thanks for making the intro. Appreciate it. All right, peace. All right, so getting hitting the phones, getting another lead right there, and now going to a party on Saturday, I guess. Okay. Oh, and another intro. See, so this is kind of how it goes here. We've made one And these are all people that I've spent time with, built relationships with today since 11:30. We've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 calls. 2 have been answered. Both 2, they didn't have their own money, but they are making intros. So we've got 2 more lines to call. And we are legitimately just going to hit this entire contact book. Um, this might be, I mean, we're at the 12:10 mark. So I almost feel like we just keep calling people until we get a check. Should we do that? Call people until we get a check? I think that makes sense. The good news is that I haven't talked to, because it's just such a, this should be so easy. It's like it's like we're doing them a favor, you know? Like that is the crazy part. We're doing them the favor. It's just who is going to receive the favor is the big question. Actually, I've got another idea. Let me just I'm gonna see if I can give him a call. You know what? I was gonna text him to see if there was time for him to chat. I'm just gonna call him, and then I'll text him if he doesn't answer. This guy actually could have been a potential angel in my worker. That's how I first met this guy. This is gonna be potentially the most interesting call of the day. Potentially. Unfortunately, you guys are not able to hear these calls, but this one is gonna be good, I think. This guy is an angel. So, okay, let's not blow this, Will. Let's not blow this. this this is the first time on the stream that we are about to hop on with a qualified individual. Okay? We're going to call him out of the blue. Got a qualified individual here. We just got his number introed from the guy that I spoke to first. Hounding these people. Okay. Hey, Cephas, how's it going, man? I'm glad Lance, passed along the number and put us in touch. I'm down to chat whenever you're free. Pumped to catch up and hope you've been well. Catch you later. Peace. All right. Now I'm going to text him. All right. We texted him. Okay. Now, God, this we're just making so many calls here. We need people to answer their phones. That's what we need. Got all these people not answering phones. What's up with that? Okay. This person may be qualified. Yo, yo, Dylan, how's it going, man? Uh, you just came to mind, and I'm like, you know, it's been a little too long since I've had a Dylan conversation in my life. So, anyway, hit me back when you get the chance, and we will catch up. Catch you later, man. Oh, and we also definitely need to hit a workout at some point. So, I'm gonna have to make it out there, or you can come check out the read. All right, man. I'll catch you later. Peace. You know, there comes a point where so many phone calls go unanswered, you almost wonder if your phone's broken. Is this thing working? What is going on here? Okay, gonna make another. Gonna make another call. Yo, yo, Spencer. Dude, the man, the myth, the legend himself. What is good? Ah, okay. Yeah, dude. How's the car coming? Dude, hell yeah. Well, you close that shit. Close it up. Yeah, 3 minutes on the high end, probably, yeah, that's if you're being conservative. Yeah. Dude, I mean, you know, when you're living like certain days or like months that'll feel like years. I feel like I'm living days where it's like every day is like a week or like a month, It's just like unbelievable like the amount of stuff that's getting done, which is awesome, but then it's just like a juggling act where it's like you're trying to keep all these plates spinning and you don't want them to break and it's like, okay, how are we going to keep all these plates up here? So that probably describes it in the best way. But yeah, it's awesome, man. I've been continuing to grow with my worker. We've been getting some inbound investor interest. And so I've been getting ready to try and shape up around because I was at the point where I'm like, we've got the ability to grow our customer base and do everything for my workers. So we're doubling down on that. And then some investor interest came. So now the like strategy here is I'm getting the data room ready. I'm getting ready to run a formal round. And I've got some people that are interested in talking as potential leads. The big thing that I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to actually, so to give you some context, about my last company, the one that I'm currently like the president of, right? Like the Bitcoin mining one. So the business is doing great and expanding. Uh, I'm in just a liquidity crunch where I'm trying to pull 100K into, uh, like basically sell 100K worth of shares and utilize that capital. And so I'm offering like the deal of a lifetime on these shares for just so I can move them quickly. So I'm trying to find, like in the past 10 months, we've did over 10 mil in revenue, and I'm trying to find uh, basically someone to purchase $100,000 worth of shares at a 25 mil valuation. So it's like a crazy good valuation. I just want to fill it quickly. So I need to find someone who's like liquid and is able to move quickly. And like, I'm basically just calling up people in my network. I've got some of it accounted for, but now just trying to, yeah, I'm just hitting the phones today. My goal is by the end of the day to close the 100K. Yeah, or like close in terms of at least get a verbal, but like it's in a weird situation where it almost feels like you go to someone and you're like, "Hey, I'm trying to get rid of this $100 and I need someone to give me $20, you know?" So I'm just like, "All right, like there someone out there would take the but like I just need to find the people who've got like $20 on hand, you know? I'm like, "I'll give you $100. I need the $20 though, you know?" So yeah, I'm making calls. I know that like you're going through your own fundraising, so obviously like you know prioritize your own fundraising. But that said, I'm sure that you've connected with maybe some high net worths or others that may not have been a fit for like your vehicle or shoreline, and like might be like a dude with $20 in hand. Hmm. Yeah, that would be great. Would love the connection and really appreciate you thinking through who might be a fit. Awesome. Yeah, I'm flexible. WhatsApp, text, email, Signal. Dude, it's hilarious because I'm legitimately on pretty much every communication platform. And so it's just like, yeah, whenever someone asks, I'm like, we can make that work. I can do that. Yeah, honestly, it's so funny because coming from the crypto world, there's a lot of people using Signal, and it's like the most privacy focused, but it's just very yeah, like very few people outside of the industry are on it. So yeah, I'm also on Signal. Oh, no way, dude. That's so funny that you mentioned that. I literally just moved in with mine. Yeah, she moved in here in yeah, I mean super recently. Like technically during last month, but she had like a trip planned like previously. So yeah, we're still like getting her fully moved in. Yeah, so that is actually going to be my weekend this Saturday. It's just getting all that done, lined up. Yeah, so fun stuff ahead, man. Fun stuff ahead. Well, I'm glad that you're doing well, and yeah, on those closes, man, you got it, dude. You got the pedal to the metal. Yeah, yeah. Call these dudes up daily, or or send them memes. It's just like, all right, uh, corralling the shepherding the sheep, dude. You got to get them there. Yeah, yeah. That's funny. Yeah, got to give him that FOMO. Just be like, all right, look, fucking like Maximilius is about to pick your lot up. So, like, should I give it to Maximilius, or are you serious about this? And they're like, no, 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 dude. Uh, hey, babe, I gotta step away from the pool real. Yeah, yeah. It's like, look, I mean, the Saudis do want in, but yeah, awesome, bro. Well, I believe I will manifest for you there, and you manifest for me with this secondary sale. We'll see if we get this done by the end of the day. But yeah, dude, hit me up whenever you want to meet up, and we could hit a work session. Yeah, it'd be great to introduce you to Paige. Would love to meet your girlfriend as well. All right, sweet. Well, welcome back to LA, and yeah, I will catch you later. All right, peace. All right, this is my buddy that I just got off with. Awesome dude. He's building. Actually, I can just show you. I can show you what he's building. It's an awesome vehicle. So if you are out there and you want to buy this, so he's the CEO of this company. He just started, or he didn't just start it. He's been building this for a while, but he is nearing the finish line. I mean, look at this beautiful, beautiful vehicle here. Damn. The investor's not available till next Thursday. Unbelievable. What's going on here? Okay. Well, that's fine. That is okay. In a worst case scenario, we'll book for next Thursday. This is one of the reasons why I like leaving voice notes on WhatsApp. Because on WhatsApp, I can kind of, it's like sending a text, but I can communicate the urgency in a voice note that cannot quite be conveyed in a text message. Okay, that's okay. That is okay. All right, here's what I'm going to say. I'm just going to be real with him. So I'm going to say, um, send him a text. I'm going to say, just booked for 9:30 next Thursday. Pumped to catch up. Also open to chat earlier if you'd like. I'm I started selling 100K of SAS mining shares at a massive discount 2 days ago and have 50 remaining. Actually, it doesn't look. I'm going to change up the wording here. Just book for 9:30. Say, it might sound a little overconfident. I kind of want to say I'm going to fill the rest this week. So I'm manifesting, I'm going to fill the rest this week. Okay. Just booked for 9:30 a.m. next Thursday. Start selling 100K of SAS shares at a big discount. 2 days ago, remaining. I'm going to fill the rest this week. Yeah, I'm going to fill the rest this week. Happy to chat ahead of next Thursday in case you're interested. Okay. Time to make another call. Yo, yo, Bennett, the man himself. How's it going? Dude, life is great. Out here in LA, chilling. Are you still on the East Coast? Okay. I heard yesterday from Trevor that some of the people are moving out. Like, Tommy and I guess some of the other New York crew, but there's still a good number of people there. Yeah, what's next on the docket for you? Do you think you're going to be there for the long haul, or do you think there's any other place that you're looking to check out? Yeah, who knows where the wind will blow? I'm loving it, man. It's been great. I actually just moved in with my girlfriend, or she moved in here out in LA. Yeah, so going through the move at the moment, and then yeah, just keeping super busy with the businesses. So it's been good. It's been hard to stay in touch with everyone, but I've been trying to get better about it. Oh yeah. Dude, it's actually been crazy. Some of that stuff, so it's going across all these different platforms and like in terms of total impressions, I'm surprised by how much it's picked up in like just 1 month. Um, yeah, I mean the total view count's like still kind of low, but a couple of the clips hit like decent, and so it's like in total across platforms like 100,000 impressions in like the past 30 days. Um, yeah, but that's combined across all platforms. But it's growing really fast, and so I think with these social media platforms, it's like you show that you are reliably showing, picking up, and putting out content consistently, and then they'll start to reward you. So it's definitely a haul though at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, so where were you working before? Yeah, absolutely. And your role, is it more like private equity or um yeah, I guess like what's your like the focus of the deals that you guys do? Yeah. What's like the sweet spot in terms of sizing? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, this whole world, I try and like learn about it like tangentially, but it's obviously you're like deep in it. What's the revenue of these companies that are like getting so those are the size of the checks you guys are putting in, I'm guessing, and they're valued much higher and like things like that. Hmm. I'm sure that that was riveting stuff. Oh, listen, Google, put me on with your CEO. That's funny, dude. Awesome. Well, bro, I was actually calling for a little bit of advice or like your thoughts on something. So, um, long story short, like you know that I'm doing like the two businesses, right? SAS mining and my worker. So like SAS mining is much more mature, like operations on three continents, soon to be four, and scaling quickly. Like it's about to like hit escape velocity, right? And my worker is much more in that like baby stage, like getting ready to try and hit that next level. And so with my worker, I'm getting ready to raise that next round, and I'm trying to put in some more money, and I'm in like a liquidity crunch where I've got like a lot of value tied up in SAS mining shares, and although I don't like really want to sell them, I kind of like that would really help for me to be able to maximize and not dilute too much with my worker and really allow it to take off. And so what I ended up doing was I found a way like with our firm and like our board and everything else to be able to I was like, look, I need like 100K, and I got the go ahead to be able to sell 100K worth of the stock for SAS mining. And so I started like calling people up trying to sell it. Like, but I was like, I want to close it really quick within a week because else I'm holding up the my worker raise. And so like time is the value. And so I as soon as I started making calls, it almost felt like I was saying like, hey, like I'm trying to sell $100. Can like you give me 20? And I ended up like allocating about half of it. So like half of it, and so I've got the other half, but I'm doing it at a 25 mil valuation. And like in the last 12 months, we did um, like over 10 mil in revenue. So it's like kind of like a fire sale. But um, do you think that like at this point in time in doing the sale and like selling those shares, like that that is the I guess like from the private equity standpoint, like the we've been so this is all going to roll together for like the question. So to give you a little bit more background on SAS mining, this cycle we've been reached out to by a lot of different people talking like about, hey, are you guys looking to sell? What's the game plan? And the game plan for us is we're looking to like later on in the year try and raise like a big round at a much higher valuation, use that capital during the bear market, expand facilities and to more locations, and then during the next bull market, go for like a massive like liquidity event, like potentially whatever that looks like at that time. But if we execute, who knows, like maybe even like IPO. Um, that's the overall playbook. Do you think that like from a investor perspective who's writing those checks later stage for a company like SAS mining, like if that type of a game plan makes sense, like on the narrative side for growth, which is, hey, we decided this cycle to just go and raise a larger round and then try and push for IPO next cycle. Like, do you think that that's the right, like we're thinking about it the right way? Or do you think that there's like some other way that we should be thinking about that in terms of like how we plan for an exit, like with your understanding of like how private equity works? Yeah. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Well, realistically, and to be honest, I think that the best person to answer that question would be our CEO, just and or like our like the company's like head of finance. Um, I don't want to give you like an incorrect number. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. Because the thing is the business is profitable today with the current model. So the big question hinges on how consistent our customer acquisition costs and lifetime value for the future capital that we deploy, like how it actually plays out in the market as we begin to deploy these marketing dollars. Because the majority of the business right now is just repeat business. Like people will buy, start with us and then like increase with us. So we haven't done too much in terms of large scale marketing. But now that we've built out the infrastructure that will allow us to scale because we've got like a super unique product and business, um, we didn't want to do a bunch of marketing or expand too quickly early on, just because then the worst case is we take on too much growth. But now that we've got a lot of these systems built and automation built, and we've done the model in three different locations, uh, we feel very comfortable to be able to start spending on like these other areas like marketing. Mm. The brothers room, yeah. All the points you were making at that time were correct too. That's the crazy thing. It's like that, like everything you were saying made sense and was correct, like to a certain degree based on the circumstances of that time. And like I could see the point, like we could each see each other's point of view. It's just like we had a slightly different view in terms of like how the future would play out, you know? Yeah. Or I've got common stock. So it's like, yeah. I do not believe I have dilution protection. Like I will get diluted as we take on more investors. Yeah, yeah. It's a situation where, there's like multi it's that's why it's kind of difficult. It's helpful to talk it through with someone who kind of understands all the dynamics. Like right now I've got um because I've got the SaaS mining business, I've got common stock. We don't have preferred shares on the cap table right now, which is kind of crazy. But the way that I raised all the capital previously was we issued like shares that didn't have any additional preferred rights that normally would come with venture, but we raised from like funds that were amenable to the terms that I'd like put out. And we leveraged that capital to really just build and get a lot done. And now we're at the point where, uh, there's that equation of SaaS mining where it's pretty clean from that perspective. And we've got a lot of optionality. And technically, like, I'm still more so in, like, we're in the driver's seat versus like if there was a case where we had like an external party like that, and that's on the SaaS mining front. But right now I'm also have this other variable with my worker where it's very important that I pull out the 100 k, and so I'm doing that, and I'm going to get that done by the end of the week. um, and I know that I'm taking a massive hit on the value of those shares, but it's just something that's needed for my worker. So those are all of like how everything ties together right now. And in terms of like actual needed liquidity in the future, I actually don't think I'm going to need too much liquidity in the future after I pull out this 100k. So I think that at that point, the my worker equation, it'll just be on its own because I'm just going to raise the venture funding for my worker and go that route. So for SaaS mining, it's that as well, I think is a consideration. Yeah, I would say like it's a kind of needed like for where things are at. But yeah, I guess optic wise, how would that look? Okay. Oh, it's a small amount. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, definitely not a big stake at all. Like a drop. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And it's like it's been super speedy. I mean, just like from a couple days ago, we've gotten a lot of it done. So uh, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, sweet, bro. Well, I guess if you want, you could become a shareholder of SAS Mining. You actually might be able to help out with the future stuff too on the private equity side, having that knowledge on the, I guess, on the cap table. Yeah, that's a good point. Mm, yeah. Yeah. That's spot on. Yeah, yeah, that's spot on. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it would be more in that like tech growth shop side, it sounds like. Would be like the ideal. Yeah. 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 Yeah, that actually that makes a lot of sense. I'd never really thought about it that way. But yeah, it is just like a slightly different approach. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, dude, I appreciate the help there, man. And yeah, dude, if you want to get in on Saz mining, dude, let me know. That's what I'm working on for the I guess the rest of the day. Uh 50. I would need to look at the exact like do the math on a calculator, but it's like basically getting in 25 valuation, and we're selling 100K shares worth of that. Yeah, something around there. Yeah. I actually haven't called any of them up yet. I just called a couple of my buddies in like tech, and so that's where the first allotment went to. Two of those guys scooped up those initial amounts, and so um, yeah, I should definitely call some of the fellas. Uh, what do you mean in terms of rolling into the next round? Oh yeah, yeah, perfect. Talking in a sec. Peace. All right, I'm gonna get a call back in 10 minutes. His boss was calling. Okay, so let's see here. I feel like I need to start posting on X. That's definitely something I need to start doing that I am not doing at the moment. I get all these notifications or my buddies are sending me stuff. Hey, you got to check this out on X. You got to understand, do X on X. All right. We're going to catch up on some of these messages until my buddy calls back. Oh, wait. You just called back. All good, bro. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, don't I don't want to take too much time away from that. I know that you got the actual day job. Yeah, dude, you're in these deals, man. Closing, slinging. Yeah, honestly, big deals. Pretty cool stuff. Dude, that's crazy. Just thinking about those numbers, 4 billion under the belt. That's not bad. No, funds flow? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what? Damn. That is awesome. At what firm? HIG. Okay. Yeah. Damn. That is pretty sweet. Oh my God. Well, yeah, that I mean that one. The thing is I just always funnel it back into the businesses. So it's like you never really get that like true feeling to a certain extent. Like you get it at times, but yeah, the final one's gonna be sick. Yeah, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I'm very excited. I'm just gonna we'll see where it takes us. I'm just gonna keep going for the biggest swings. So that is gonna be kind of my MO, and we'll see. My view is like just as long as I stay in the game, like it's inevitable that eventually, like statistically, they continue to hit at some point. Like from a pure math perspective. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So that's kind of, I think, what's going to help with this next one. Fingers crossed that we can keep the momentum going. The big like limiter has really just been the time, just like figuring out how to like I kind of want like more hands on deck. So that's one of the big things, which is okay, when is the right time to do that and how to do that in the best way. Mm. Yeah, honestly, that's a really good idea. That's what Musk does, it seems like. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I'm continuing to try and identify and locate that, but I definitely am just gonna have to get that assembled and then just have the plug and play. It's like the seals, or like you just put them in. It's like, all right, time to tap this team in and let them cook. Yeah. No, it's gonna be crazy. I mean, even with this next one, I just see such big potential with my worker and like what it can do. It's just, you know, it's that same type of thing, just laying the infrastructure and the foundation. And it will be really nice, I think, by the time I'm on the next one. It's just being able to run that model that you mentioned. Because at that point, I feel like I should have that process a little bit more dialed. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, this is kind of like a side point, but kind of I think this all relates to the stream because, for example, if you look at someone like we just mentioned Muscle, we use him for this example, but a lot of these guys that are able to build these big companies, even if they already have all the infrastructure, but let's say that he goes and builds something, he's just got such a big microphone, right? That no matter what he builds, it's like impossible for it to not work out. And so I think that like in starting to build that, I've got a team of three based in Bolivia that is doing all the editing, and we're still getting an understanding how all this stuff can get actually start becoming a functional machine. But, if we continue to improve and track metrics over the coming, and we're getting better every week and definitely every month, then by the time you're 2 years in, it's like you have a pretty decently sized platform that can go and be a supercharger for any business. So that's kind of the idea there, but we're in that hard start process of, we're still like very low traction compared to what I think we need to be, but it's fun. It's all like a big yeah, it all ties together, and it's fun. I enjoy it a lot. And also super grateful that, you pick up and can chat through some of these things with me. I'm really, really grateful for the time, man. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, I love it. And honestly, going to kind of what we were talking about earlier, but like especially at being in the fraternity, like hanging out with all the guys, like I always like when I always looked at you as like someone I'm like, okay, like Bennett's like super sharp and smart and like hardworking and like knows his stuff. So like it's the same type of thing where it's like you're on top of this stuff, and we could have like even back when we were in college, we'd have like really crazy chats like about stuff that's kind of like along these lines, but it was back then. So really cool to be able to like keep that going, man. And yeah, always appreciate it. Yeah, for sure, bro. Absolutely. I'll let you get back to your two deals. Go and make the most of that 4 billion belt. Yeah, dude. I mean, he needs you, dude. You're his Navy SEAL. uh, love it, man. Yeah, I'll catch you later. Peace, dude. He's awesome, awesome, dude. Honestly, I gotta get better about just like calling up my like, especially fraternity brothers, but guys that I haven't seen in a while. It's always fun catching up. Like I just remember we would have some like awesome chats when I was back at school. And we mentioned the brothers room. There's this room where like people would just hang out all the time. It's just a fun place to hang out. And we had a lot of good chats in the brothers room. All right, so we actually have a podcast recording coming up in 24 minutes. So I'm going to respond to a couple messages. I don't know how long some of these other calls might take. Unfortunately, this other angel that we booked for next Thursday, he said that he is tapped out of liquidity at the moment. So we're going to have to make a couple more calls. I think here's what we'll do. We're going to do this podcast. Up until then, I'm going to respond to these messages because can't leave a lot of people waiting on responses. Can't leave everyone hanging here because then we become too big of a bottleneck on all the growth. So I'm going to get back to some of these messages and probably tonight, maybe on stream, maybe off stream, I'm going to continue hitting the phone lines and help out whatever lucky person is getting it. So thanks for letting me know, Jonah. And yeah, that totally makes sense. Whatever it would be to assess the skills, we can be flexible, work around it. Um, if we want, we could just instead of passing off to the VAs, we'll just do it like how we discussed last time with Link Boost. So let me know what works for you, and yeah, happy to happy to accommodate and go with whatever path you want. Yo, yo, dude, absolutely. That sounds awesome. And you know what? He's got a great name. So I would be happy to chat with him. His name's William, my name's William. I think that we will hit it off. So yeah, appreciate you making the intro and yeah, pumped to chat with him. And yeah, dude, we should catch up soon. I'm still going through the interview process with some of the VAs. So fingers crossed that we're gonna get someone good there as well. I'll catch you later. Peace. Okay. Ooh, got a nice recommendation from my friend. See, this is the great thing about having some cool friends is that they will give some good advice. Hey. Just responding to messages right now, guys. I actually should have done this on screen. So I this guy, I actually see him around. On by around, I mean I see him on LinkedIn a lot. But he said, "Let me know what you're building. You can write checks." I am liking that. I'll like his post with my worker and SAS mining as well. Give him the triple boost. He's probably gonna say, "What is going on here?" Just got all these likes because I gassed him up. And then, oh wait, whoops. Oh my God. Oh my God, I gotta delete that. Delete, delete. That was the wrong account. I gotta post that from my personal. Whoops. Rue. That's funny that I commented that from the SAS mining account. All right, there we go. Okay, that's what we're talking about. And then I'm not making that mistake again. I gotta be more careful about that. Okay. Guys, we are having a fun day here. Having a fun day, getting stuff done. See, this is why we check our messages, because we got on that early.
And when it comes to this, yes, I agree. I think it's good to follow the rules that you sent me. When it comes to the screens, the idea is for you to, of course, have the separate screens for you to have an organized, a more organized image. With the screens, of course, we're gonna have a title. It's not a title card. It's like a like a lower third for you to put the title of whatever topic you're speaking of, and as well a logo on the corner, maybe some information in the other corner, and it will also include lower thirds for your name or the guest's name, similar to what you did on your interview yesterday or the day before. I liked how you had your name, your role, CEO partner, and you had Kyle. You just put the name Kyle, but yeah, have a more lower thirds for the names, for the title, and then of course the design. If you want, the design can be animated. I wasn't going for an animated screen just because in my experience, that may give you complications on the stream. Maybe it's too much to process. Maybe if you have like a strong computer and I know you have great internet, so it might not be an issue. But in my experience, at least here in Bolivia, we've opted out that idea of having the animated screens. We tried for a bit, but it was giving more problems than it was worth. So we stopped doing that. But if you think your computer and your internet can sustain it, we can absolutely give it a shot. But yeah, that was my worry because you usually stream for like long hours. Maybe it's a bit too much to process for the computer, and plus you also stream to like 4 different platforms. So I wasn't going for that, but if you want, we can give it a shot.
All right. So I'm going to respond. I think that that's a good point. So the beginning part was about
And when
the.
it comes to this,
Oh
yes,
yeah.
I agree.
All right. So it seems like we got a game plan. So that message to give you guys a heads up is we, um, as you can see, there are times where I'm going to be working on stuff and I want you guys to be entertained, you know? We got to give you guys a good experience. And if I'm working on something, I'm not able to be fully here or engaged in what we're doing, got to have something on the screen, you know? Or at least some type of ideas to keep you guys entertained. So if you have ideas on how we could do that, let me know. And these are some of the ideas uh, that were given. But anyway, yeah, I digress. All right, I will be right back. We have our podcast interview with Haley from Luxor coming up soon. So just because we haven't done a podcast in a while on Riverside, I'm probably just going to join like really right away, really soon. Um, but yeah, I will be right back. And while I'm gone, the bathroom, I will play some music. This is music that is copyright free. right. Here we go. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try and get this. Try and get this figured out here. So. Okay. So here's what we're doing. We are gonna get the podcast studio up. Use Chrome or Edge or restart your browser. Okay, let's try Chrome. This is not good that it's not working. I think I got this. All right. Here we go. We're just gonna adjust the screen here. Hmm. Testing, testing. All right, yeah, it looks like it's working. Okay. How's it going, man? Yeah, I called earlier. Okay. Well, from all my calls earlier, I got finally getting some responses. Lots of calls. Okay. Might be having trouble getting into the room. It can be a little confusing, to be honest. So she wants to move the call to 2 p.m. Eastern. That's 9. All right. Yo, yo. How's it going? Yeah, it always takes a little bit to get the mic and all the equipment working. Hmm. Are you able to hear me right now? It looks like okay, sweet. Yeah. If you hover over the mic icon on the bottom left, it'll pull up a couple of different mic options. So maybe one of those might work, or sometimes the mic's being used by like another input. So,
Hey, sorry, and I was actually just on another call that I couldn't get off of, and it's like I wanted you to see me enter and not have to be like, oh, do I have to reschedule?
oh yeah.
Um, so sorry about that. I was just I actually just kind of disappeared from that other call, so they'll have to figure it out.
Oh, sounds good, man. Yeah, well, it's great to meet you. I appreciate you hopping on.
Yeah, likewise. No, let me clean up my background just a bit. I see some laundry there, but and I can also blur it or kind of put something on the background. And yeah, no, glad we could put this together at short notice.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Do whatever you got to do.
All right. And how is my audio quality here?
Sounds great. Yeah,
Awesome.
this is actually me trying to get back into podcasting with a different setup. So I'm on Riverside. So how was the joining experience from your end? Was it easy or was it a little confusing?
It was easy. It asked me. Yeah. It seemed easy. There was just one little weird thing where it was asking me if I was wearing headphones or not, but I couldn't click it. I think because the mic wasn't initialized yet. But
Yeah,
and I never let these things. I always do everything on the browser. I never let them like go deeper. So I want to allow the browser every time. But no, other than that, like it worked fine. There was just that one like I kept clicking the one yes headphones, but all
yeah,
good.
yeah. Yesterday I did a podcast with I'm not sure if you know him. He's in the Bitcoin industry. His name's Kyle Knight, but
Okay.
he recently started a company called the Bitcoin Culture Hub, and we were doing his podcast. It was his first one, and it was he used a different software, Restream, but I was really impressed by how like seamless it was. It was just super easy to get in. So I'm thinking about making the switch, but good news is that, it was pretty easy to figure out from your end.
Yes, no, pretty easy. Yeah, so far, um, yeah, it is seamless. Like it seems as easy as a Google Meets or easier than Microsoft Teams even. So I don't know what's going on your end, but looks easy. Looks easy from my end.
All right. Awesome, man. Well, I was thinking that for the pod, we could just, honestly just keep it casual, talk about whatever. And I know I sent over some of those topics. I'll bring them up as they pop up. I got some notes over here, but really just I'm personally really excited to hear about your background and also having been kind of between the Bitcoin industry and been spending a lot of my time in AI recently. I'm really excited to kind of just like dive back into a mining conversation and get my feet wet again.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And like I saw that some of the topics, so the ones that are like yeah, I guess I don't go that deep on some of the for lack Bitcoin Twitter person. But if it is more on like the technical side or especially energy, then I can go deeper. So I'm happy to touch like everything you talked about, probably except for the few.
All right. Awesome, bro. Well, let's dive into it. I think that maybe what we could do, we'll kick it off. I just want to make sure that this thing's recording. Uh, let's see here. Yeah, because I would hate to do it and then have it not recording here on Riverside. Um, let's see. Actually, you know what? It says waiting for record. Oh no, I see the record button. Thank you for bearing with me on
No worries.
me learning Riverside real quick. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I think we're good to go here. Yeah, so we can just dive in, but yeah, to kick things off, man. I know that Luxor, SAS Mining, we've been doing a lot of I don't know what to say, like a lot of business together over the coming years. You guys have an amazing reputation in the industry, and really grateful that we got put in touch to do this podcast and kick it off. So yeah, maybe just to start, I'm curious how you got involved in Bitcoin and energy, like kind of a little bit about your background and journey.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm, so I share your sentiments about Luxor. I think they're a fantastic company. I'm actually pretty new to the company, so like I'm very excited to be on board. I've been here for about 10 months, but I joined Luxor in December to kind of come on and work on an energy offering. But I knew Luxor. I met them years ago as a miner. So getting into my own background. I kind of came out of school and I was really interested in the energy industry, specifically electricity. I just had this kind of theory that, um, you know, that it didn't that if I focused on electricity, that was almost a hack into getting into the energy industry because you're downstream of a lot of the it's not like choosing renewables versus oil and gas versus nuclear, but it's kind of like a lot of that just gets turned into energy. So if you could master energy markets, you can kind of be agnostic to the source of the energy, or that's just an input. And so I really focused on electricity and power markets, which was an awesome place to kind of start my career, and like very very fortunate for the experience I had. And then so I was working on focusing on like deregulated markets, which I'm happy to get into. It basically means markets where less of a utility model, more where they have like free market pricing, supply and demand kind of drives things. Private companies can enter or exit the market at will. And so I was focusing on these. And one dynamic of those markets is like combined with renewable energy penetration is you were starting to see negative power pricing, which up to that point in power markets was it was only theoretical. Like the idea that you could have such an oversupply in some areas on the grid that you would actually punish people to produce and reward people to consume. And that was I was actually entering the energy industry at the time where this was very new. So and I was young, so it kind of became my edge was like understanding negative power pricing. And then I came across like the concept of Bitcoin through the volatility. That led me to Bitcoin mining, and then it was like, oh my God, you can put a megawatt in a C can and start absorbing some of this negative power pricing, which I thought, just kind of blew my mind that this was even possible. So when I left one energy trading firm to move back to Canada, instead of just jumping right back into energy trading, I actually bought 3 megawatts of me and my business partner. We bought 3 megawatts of old miners, and we had the idea that it was okay that they weren't the most economic miners out there because we were actually just going to find a way to get paid to consume energy. And so
Mhm.
that business idea that was kind of born out of energy markets, born out of power markets, led me, head first right into the deep end of Bitcoin mining and managing these scrappy little data centers, which look nothing like a traditional data center, or they're very, very different. And that led me into this, Bitcoin mining world. And that's where I met Luxor and started using Luxor products from the customer side. That was our pool, and they didn't have firmware at the time, but that's kind of how I was introduced to Luxor. And that's also my story of kind of just coming from the traditional power market side, getting involved in Bitcoin mining, and now I very much have a foot in both worlds. Which to me, these two worlds are merging; they're coming together. So I don't really view it as having a foot in both worlds, but I view it as kind of having a stake in where I view the industry is going. But yeah, that's kind of my professional arc to date, and how I ended up at Luxor in this role.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So, like, quick context, I've spoken with a lot of when I started the SaaS mining podcast and was speaking with the people we would focus on speaking with would be conversations with CEOs of publicly traded mining companies, so people who are big in the mining industry or big in energy. And it's always really fascinating to hear how they got involved with Bitcoin or got involved in what they're doing in the energy sector. And you actually have a very unique, no one else that I spoke to during that time had that exact side where they were coming in like purely from that electric energy basis behind uh, all those power sources. And then noticing, when did you first see those? I didn't want to interrupt while you were going on about that, but when did you see those energy prices actually go negative for the first time?
I so probably about 10 years ago ish, like 2015, and it was California. So I actually had like in a way my career has been like chasing around this dynamic, not intentionally, but California had the first real solar push, and they also had a lot of wind at the time. So there's an infamous term in power markets called the duck curve. The duck curve is kind of this, the belly of the duck is when they have all this glut of solar, but then the peaks are the tail and the neck. So this concept of the duck curve, or like temporary oversupply of solar energy, of intermittent power, that started in California. And so California was the first time that we actually saw certain nodes or certain aggregate like zones go completely negative. Not for that long, but during predictable and certain hours of the day. And then about 5 years, 7 years later, we reached like similar renewable penetration in Texas. And so like it didn't happen all at once. And then I think we're going to see it. We're probably going to see it again, soon, like in around along the eastern seaboard. They don't have the solar potential, but they do have offshore wind potentially that could get built out. And so you don't see it at the same time. Like, a lot of it can be driven by policy. So California was very pro renewable, less so pro business, but very pro renewable, and that's why you saw it there first. Then, because Texas is so pro business, so maybe they weren't as gung ho on renewables and kind of have more of a technology agnostic approach. But then the combination of federal incentives and the fact that in Texas you can build quickly and go fast, with of course the fact that there actually is quite a lot of solar and wind potential in that state. So those three things combined and basically blew California out of the water in terms of solar build out and renewable build out. But I don't think it's going to end at Texas, right? We're going to see the same story play out. Basically, there's just a tipping point where renewables become such a big portion of your fuel supply, and sometimes it's only certain times of the year. But then all of a sudden you start seeing this. Okay, now how do we handle this? We've got very, very cheap power, but it's intermittent. It's not predictable, and sometimes it only shows up certain times of the year. And so those times of the year can have very wonky pricing.
Hmm. I feel like you'd have a really interesting perspective on this question I'm about to ask, but I'm curious, with your background in power and then how you got into Bitcoin mining, like it's kind of open-ended, but how do you see the industries? It seems like you see them almost as like one because they're so intertwined, but how do you see this continuing to progress? I mean, there's so many variables. It's really hard as a miner to wrap your head around because there are so many different things to keep in mind. But how do you look at it? How do you see it? Do you think that you've got a perspective that is aligned with a lot of the miners or energy folks out there, or do you see things slightly differently?
It's a loaded question.
It's very big, very broad question, many ways to take it.
I'll take it from a few angles, and like so I have a few analogies that kind of help me think through this the question. So I view, so I guess the first analogy is like I view a data center as simply going up the value chain. So I view data centers as a refinery. So, from a very basic standpoint, like, and this is oversimplified for your audience who has some energy knowledge, but like in many ways, natural gas is a byproduct and in some ways a refined product of oil. More of a byproduct, right? They go for the oil. The oil has its own refining chain, but as part of that process, whether it's production or whether the refining process, you often create a bunch of natural gas when you're really after the oil. And so that was kind of like the first step. And certainly, 100 years ago, there was no use for methane. There was no use for natural gas. They were just after the oil. And then even for the oil, they were mainly just after kerosene for lighting, right? Like before we got into gasoline. And then they did find a use for ethane and methane, which was power generation. So, and there's all these industrial uses for it as well. But then like a generator, a power generator, a gas plant, it is its own kind of refinery where you're taking gas as an input and then you're making this more useful product out of it, this more valuable product of electricity. And electricity is more valuable because it's more versatile. Whereas, gas, you need to do something, on the chemical side, or you need to burn it for heat, and that's its utility. Whereas power, you can do almost infinite. We do everything with it now. You can use it in a hospital. You can use it for heat. You can use it for the next stage, which I would say is running a data center. And now you're taking this versatile form of power of energy, and you're refining it into information. And so it's just going up the value chain to me. And so I view, I do have this commodity view of Bitcoin mining and compute in general, because I don't view GPU compute as that different. It's just a different kind of refinery. But you're taking something that's versatile power, and you're making it more valuable. And you need equipment to do that. And you're kind of incinerating, the power ceases to be useful from a energy standpoint, but now you've turned it into something that has value. And whether that's a training model, whether that's inference for AI, or whether that's the SHA-256 algorithm, which helps secure the network, which, yeah, generally create these hashes and then we throw them away after, but they still did this valuable process of helping secure the network, helping solve the block, and making all Bitcoin that came before and after it, more secure. And so that is a valuable thing. So that's part of my mental framework, is I just view mining as intrinsic, as tied to energy as power is tied to gas, right? Is there it's just part of the same value chain, and it's a decision as you go up that value chain. The other way I kind of might look at it is, I kind of like an ecosystem view, like using like the traditional ecosystems as kind of this analogy, which I think is very powerful if you do it in business. And so when I ran my own little mining company, the 3 megawatts, with my co-founder, what we did is, we actually ended up deploying that in the Alberta oil and gas field. So we did flare gas mining, and we were using these older machines. So like I had this analogy of that, we were the recyclers, that in any kind of advanced ecosystem, that not everyone, you can't just have lions, right? You need lions, and you need gazelles, and you need this, you also need the kind of the bottom of the food web, something to recycle the waste. And so that's kind of how we viewed our very small niche in the system, is like, we're going to be the people who buy the old miners, the old computers, for essentially scrap metal prices, and find a use for them that, where they're worth more than nothing. And so for us, that was, consuming flare gas, which was a spin on the idea of negative power pricing. It just came with a lot less red tape and bureaucracy, which is what led us there. So why I brought that up is that, Bitcoin miners, they exist in this ecosystem of energy. For a long time, they were kind of the bid of last resort, or they were the big bid. They would come in and value energy, especially in a bull market, quite highly, and they had the money to do these massive data centers, or to turn an old aluminum plant, into a data center. And that was like the niche that they occupied, and they were basically the alpha, the alpha predator, the apex predator of the ecosystem. Now there's this really interesting dynamic where, like, that's not them. Like, now the AI guys, the high performance, the hyperscalers compute, the HPC guys are coming in with much bigger budgets, much bigger appetite. And so the Bitcoin miners are actually finding themselves as like lower on the food chain as they were. But the smart ones are like okay with that, in my opinion, because they go, okay, now we basically have this role of taking a patch of land, or taking an old aluminum smelter plant, and retrofitting that into the data centers, and creating what I call just energized shelf space. And now there's insane demand for energized shelf space that does kind of need to fit next to a fiber highway, or HPC has their own requirements. And so Bitcoin miners can then basically sell that at this big premium, and then they can go off and they can chase, they can do what they're doing, what they're really good at this point, which is finding these energy resources, building them up. But maybe they're going to find something that is more suited now to Bitcoin mining, something a little more remote, something away from the fiber, something, more bite-sized, like an aggregate of 10 sites instead of one big one. But I view that as an opportunity for Bitcoin miners, because maybe 10 years from now, the hyperscalers will be so hungry for power that that's what they have appetite for. Or maybe Bitcoin miners just need to find their own niche where they go, okay, we're still really good at upcycling power, at going for these stranded assets, but we can't compete with the hyperscalers for the easy access power. So Bitcoin miners need to actually get back to their roots almost, get scrappy and find, sources of power, sources of energy that are harder for the hyperscalers to access or further away from the internet, from fiber. So long-winded answer, but like those are two analogies that I have is like one is that all Bitcoin mining companies are energy companies, whether they realize it or not, and they're just refineries going up a value chain. And the other is like this kind of ecosystem view where there's a lot of different things at play, and you just got to, are you a recycler, are you the apex predator, are you a hybrid where you're going into energy and you can convert your data center into one or the other. But that's a large part of how I look at it, and it's very dynamic, right? Especially with the AI boom that's kind of kicked off the past few years.
Dude, I love that answer. That I was sitting here just thinking, man, this is an awesome podcast. Hearing you run through all that. Quick question, as you were talking and going through, you laid it out so well, and I think that we see things very similar in terms of how these overlap in terms of the energy sector, the mining industry. I'm curious, have you come across the work of Brandon Quittem as Bitcoin mining as the pioneer species?
No, but I just based on that very simple summary, I'd probably love it because that idea that is probably even more articulate that I was getting at, right? Is they go in, they're the pioneers, they build all this stuff up, and then someone else can just come and scoop it all up. But if that's what you're good at, then just take the win, take the premium, and do it again. So
Yeah, I would love to riff on that with you right now. So, for quick context, Brandon Quittem, he's an amazing philosophical thinker, but very articulate. But he was part of Swan, helped grow into the massive organization that it is today as head of growth, and he's also an advisor to SAS Mining, and he's been on the podcast before, and we've talked through when he was laying out Bitcoin as a pioneer species, and as you were laying out your own views on things, it's amazing because we had the conversation a number of years ago, and the thesis of it, and granted, it's been a while since I've visited the source material, but uh, energy is the bedrock of a civilization. It allows you to, yeah, hospitals, any type of infrastructure that makes human life better uh, is derived from energy. So that ties off of exactly what you just said. And he was talking about how Bitcoin is a pioneer species. You have this beautiful incentive, economic incentive system, and everything that makes Bitcoin amazing that is driving the incentive for miners to go out and capitalize and utilize and build up stranded power assets or bring more energy capacity to the forefront that makes human civilization possible. And exactly what you just laid out is, uh, in a very interesting way, another view on that playing out in real time. And I love that you dove a little bit into your mining operation in terms of how you approached it with flare gas. And so that even going off of like that approach of, okay, how do we take this down the value chain? I mean, you're taking methane that is this wasted power, this wasted pollutant, really worse than carbon dioxide for the environment, and then converting that into Bitcoin, which is beautiful. I think that it's amazing that was the approach that you took with mining. I feel like there's so many ways we could dive into taking the conversation that I'm like curious to dive into, but I guess it's your first time hearing about the work of Brandon on talking about Bitcoin as a pioneer species. Like, if you were to kind of riff off of that, is there anything that comes to mind, or any way that you see it that, uh, yeah, I guess just open ended? Like, what are your thoughts on that type of an approach that he was talking about?
yeah, and I mean, no, it's fascinating, and we could probably spend like I could probably spend days just chatting about this idea. And my mind goes a few different places with this. Actually, oddly enough, right where I'm going to start, I don't know if have you seen and the overlay of Myers-Briggs personality types with Bitcoiners.
I have not. No, that sounds fascinating though.
I mean, it's an awesome chart that like if we can pull it up or if you can edit it in,
Yeah,
you know, I,
yeah,
I,
we'll edit it in.
I'd recommend it. And so it's this chart that shows basically like the normal population. So Myers-Briggs, there's like four letters. Or basically there's 16 personality types that are the combination of these letters for anyone who's done it. It is a pseudoscience. Like I just, so to caveat everything I'm saying, this is just a model, right? To like help explain people. And so it's like very much a pseudoscience, but at the same time, they're basically just putting people into one of 16 buckets. And so the buckets aren't evenly distributed. Some of the buckets have maybe up to like 18 or 16% of the population, and some of them are like closer to like 1 or 2%. But and that's just like a sample. So they did like a broader sample on just the general population, and then a broader sample, and then Bitcoiners, specifically people who call themselves Bitcoiners, and then you see it's inverse, right? And for anyone who's spent time in the Bitcoin community, this isn't surprising that the rarer personality types are completely outrepresented in the Bitcoin community, and then the normies, like the people, like the personality types that capture a lot more of the normal population in terms of percentage basis, tend not to be Bitcoiners. And as a Bitcoiner, this isn't surprising that because we're constantly dealing with the normies, or we know that we're not, we almost define ourselves on not being the quote unquote normies. But what's interesting is like that the personality types are dominated by innovators and thinkers, and people more willing to reject the mainstream thinking or try something different. And so the reason so not only do I 100% agree that Bitcoin miners and Bitcoin is kind of like this pioneer species, but it's not just it's because of the people who make it up, and that they do tend to be more innovative, experimental, more willing to try something that's never been done before, and not just take the conventional of like, oh well, we've never done it before, no one else does it this way. That doesn't stop a Bitcoiner, right? It's like we're on the frontier as it is, of course. And so the two areas in mining specifically where I see Bitcoin mining as being the pioneer species is, one is immersion. So the idea of dunking your computer in oil as a and then flushing the oil, moving the oil around instead of moving air around, that is crazy and super cool. And that basically, and now you're seeing the traditional data centers start to do that, but that was 100% pioneered in Bitcoin data centers. Like we were the first crazy people to be dealing with this insane amount of heat, like the amount of energy density of a Bitcoin mining data center. It's unlike anything. It's even unlike the GPUs. So then the how do we get rid of this heat? How do we not cook the computers becomes like a bigger problem. And then there's 1,000 different ways that these scrappy little miners have attempted to solve it. One is this dielectric fluid that this essentially this oil. A lot of people call it mineral oil, but it's a bunch of different things. But that's something that we're now seeing like traditional data centers do. But all the kinks, all the mistakes, all the literal fires, most of those have been Bitcoin mines. And then they proved out this technology, what works, what doesn't work, when this makes sense, when this doesn't make sense. Okay, it's twice the capex, but does it simplify operations? We were 100% the pioneers there, and now we're seeing it go mainstream. And I think we're always going to be doing that, right? Is like trying stuff out in our little data centers that no hyperscaler would do initially, but once they see it work, that they'll do. Very related to this is upcycling heat, and you can upcycle heat through these approaches. But the idea that Bitcoin mining isn't that basically 100% of the power that goes to a computer basically becomes waste heat, right? It all it becomes information, and we do all these things with it, but the process of doing that through thermodynamics, it just becomes heat in the end of the day. It's low grade heat. Like it's not overly useful, but at the same time it's not like the lowest grade heat. So if you have a big enough operation, you can do something with it. And people are doing all types of creative pioneering things there, whether it's greenhouses, whether it's boiling water, whether it's whatever it might be, wherever somebody could make use of heat, then it becomes like it's incredibly attractive to Bitcoin miners, especially hobbyists, because now the punishing energy bill is potentially less punishing because you're double spending it, right? If you're already going to use it, so the easiest one is like space heating. I live up in Canada. It's quite cold in the winter. I'm running my furnace all the time, and I'm paying for nothing but heat. So the idea that I can, instead of running my furnace, I can run a Bitcoin miner, pay for the power to run the Bitcoin miner, and then also get heat. Well, then what am I? Then I get my energy bill. Well, then what did I use that energy for? Did I just use it to keep my house warm and to not freeze to death, or did I use it to, make Bitcoin? And the answer is I did both, right? So then all of a sudden it's like maybe I have an advantage over a commercial miner as a hobbyist when normally you wouldn't. And so that's just like that's where I see Bitcoin mining going is like I don't think anyone's going to be warehouse mining. I think we're going to be finding stranded energy, we're going to be trading power markets and being a participant, or we're going to be heating things, or something that the industry just hasn't unlocked yet. But all of it is kind of on the frontier and pioneering, and I think we're definitely going to go there.
Yeah, actually, as you were talking through these innovative different types of approaches that the miners are doing, and then the hobbyists, uh, didn't you build an immersion cooled little setup on your own at some point?
I did, yes, and that was
Yeah,
my
what was that process like?
so that was a learning process for me. That's how I learned immersion, the pros and cons of immersion, and it was also just fun. It was I would do it very differently if I did it in the future. Honest, so like I learned a lot from it. I kind of owe my very small Twitter audience like an update many years later. But it was an awesome project. It taught me the pros and cons of immersion, of which there are many cons. I have to say, and so one of the first things is if I did it again in the future with what's out there now, I would just use a hydro miner. So
Yeah,
instead of making my own, soldering all my own pipes and, directing the flow of this oil, I would just use water as the working fluid, run it through a hydro miner. That way, if I needed a different, if eventually when my boards that I was using, which are the S9 vintage, when those just became truly uneconomic, even for heating, I had the wrong form factor. So I couldn't just like put in S19 boards at that point. I would have needed to remake my entire rig. And so I never did it. Whereas if I had something that was a bit more modular, a bit more future proof, then or if I had just gone, a bigger space for the form factor. So that was a big mistake I made. And then honestly, I would just skip the oil at this point and just go to a hydro unit. So that's kind of what I learned through the project. But what and that does help me, like be a miner and work for Luxor, just kind of knowing, people's goals. This is where immersion makes sense. This is where you should just go hydro. This is where you should go air cooled. But it was super, like, it was also an awesome project that like verified that there is a space for hobbyists. Like, in the winter, like where I went above and beyond on that project is I didn't just, inject heat into a room so my furnace would run a little less often. That's like the very easy version of like heating with mining if you live in a cold climate. I did pipe this through a water heater that was upstream of a tankless heater. So that meant that, once my water got to 60 degrees Celsius, about 144 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe, that my on demand, my gas powered hot water heater wouldn't even turn on. It would just let the hot water flow through it. And then so every time I had a shower every single morning, knowing that all that heat came from the Bitcoin I mined while I was asleep, like that was awesome, right? Now that
that
was
is pretty nice. Yeah.
it was awesome. It was 100% hobbyist. Like you can't scale this, right? You can do this for you and your family.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And
Unless
then
you're
like
trying to like clean a village or something.
exactly. But I think it will scale there, right? Like district heating. Um,
Yeah.
the hard part is like you always need a backup. Like your heat can't depend on internet access, for
Yeah.
example. So
That's a good point.
you always need a fossil fuel backup, which takes away some of the gains. But very awesome personal project, and I learned a lot from it. And in a lot of ways, it turned me away from immersion a lot of the time. But immersion still has its place.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's really interesting. I feel like I can tell that you're very humble about it, but you've done like the flare gas mining, you've done the energy side, you even played around on the immersion side. So I guess tying into what you're focused on right now with Luxor is, whatever you can share about, what you're working on with Luxor, and then maybe even just broader, what might be next for Luxor, or what are you excited about that Luxor's got going on? I'd love to dive into that part of the conversation.
Awesome. Yeah. No, and I appreciate it. So as I said earlier, like I have a commodity view of Bitcoin. Like, so I think Bitcoin's a commodity, and I think compute is a commodity. And compute is, not like right now, it's hard to wrap your head around. And I know like one GPU is not like another GPU in terms of training, but that really is kind of my view, and how I've always been viewing Bitcoin. So even back to my like the flare gas miner, right? We had this, we called ourselves the dung beetle. That everyone's trying to be the lion, and we're just going to purposely be the dung beetle. And so that was kind of that recycler analogy. But part of where that came from is, when I worked on a power trading trade floor, at Transalta, they had a coal plant. The coal plant was called Centralia, and so they basically looked at the whole world as there's this price of power, 12 months out into the future for that particular area, and they know what coal costs, and what basically what it costs to turn a ton of coal into however many megawatt hours of power, and they viewed that as a spread. So was that profitable activity to do, or was that a money losing activity to do? And if the price of power would basically indicate that they shouldn't turn coal into electricity, then they wouldn't do it, right? They wouldn't do that at a loss, and they wouldn't even order coal for those months. They wouldn't have the trains coming and delivering, and so there was a time frame where the coal, like that spread for a whole year, went negative, basically saying like this plant won't make money. The power is so cheap, and the coal is so expensive, and the carbon on the coal, justifiably so, is so expensive that you shouldn't run this plant. But the Transalta, like the company I was working for, they didn't go ahead and sell that plant for zero. They didn't just say, "Oh, it currently isn't economic. Let's just throw it in the trash because it's not worth anything." They viewed it as an asset that was worth money, even if in the moment it wasn't. And so that's called like being a real option. So from a financial market perspective, that's like a call option, or an option that's out of the money. So yes, like if things stay the same, that option will expire worthless. But so much can happen between now and expiry that option is not worthless. That's kind of the view that a more mature industry takes on its assets, right? Is okay, it's not in the money now, but it might be in the money in the future, therefore it has value now. And Bitcoin miners don't, like, the second your S19 or your S9 or whatever it is doesn't pay your power bill, it basically goes in the garbage. From how our industry works, and that's a little more justified with Moore's law and everything, but it's still the wrong way to look at things. In my opinion, is this no, that miner, even an S9 to this day, it could find itself in the money again. So if there was someone out there who was collecting them for how much they were worth from a scrap aluminum standpoint, I would think that was a brilliant strategy personally, like warehousing those computers, because our industry, the Bitcoin mining industry, is willing to throw those away, but they still have value. And I think there are people out there that know that, but most of the industry, the second it doesn't cover its costs, it's essentially worthless. Some people even view it as a liability because it's in their way now, and it's e-waste and everything. And that's kind of how I take my view on this industry in general. Is we have these mature industries, energy being one. Everything is a commodity. There's a very well established way of kind of viewing the world. Bitcoin mining, whether they know it or not, they're just part of the energy value chain. They're energy companies, but they're not as sophisticated at viewing everything as a commodity that way. And so why I is so excited about Luxor and came over to Luxor is Luxor has a commodity view of Bitcoin. And Luxor has that through their derivatives products. They're the first mining company who, or mining in the mining industry. We're not a big miner, but we're the first people who basically commoditized SHA-256 compute. And so that we have that through a few different products, our non-deliverable forward, our deliverable forward, but it's a commodity. So the pool works as kind of a spot market, the value of that compute this moment. And then there's a whole forward curve that we produce that's made up of real bids and offers. This is what your compute is worth in the future. And of course, that's tied to Bitcoin, which is a commodity. It has its own forward curve, which that's kind of more around cost of capital and storage, and there's not as much shape to it. But yeah, the price of Bitcoin trades differently for February 2026 as it does for February 2027. Those things have different prices. That means there's a forward curve. because of Moore's law, our hash rate derivatives have a much more shaped forward curve that has that backwardation when it's US denominated. But that's what Luxor was doing that was so exciting, that kind of brought me over and really kind of sets Luxor apart from, I think, our competition, and I think other people who offer similar services, is this view of the bringing a mature way of looking at the world, a commodity view, and bringing products that treat it as a commodity, and then allow the, Luxor is helping, is an agent of the Bitcoin mining industry maturing, by saying, look, you should be able to hedge your, not just Bitcoin, but your compute, right? You should be able to hedge this thing that you spend millions of dollars producing. You should be able to have some control over the risk of how that settles into the future. All the mature commodities and industries do. Why not compute? And I would take the same thing and apply it to GPUs. This is, inevitably that much larger, much more energy hungry industry is going to go, is they're going to have to commoditize GPU compute. And there's some interesting projects doing it. But, back to Luxor, it pairs so well with power. It pairs so well with how power is already traded. And now you've addressed this, you've addressed the ability to kind of hedge the output of these, what I'll call refineries, but these data centers. Why not have an energy desk? Why not have a service that helps pair the input and starts treating them like power market participants? So allowing strategies where, okay, you've got a PPA, but if in this particular moment, it's more valuable to sell the PPA back to the grid, into the wholesale energy market than it is to convert it into compute, then do the profit maximizing decision and have an energy strategy. And then if you really want Bitcoin, use your extra profit to buy the Bitcoin, instead of just saying, well, technically my price is fixed, I don't need to curtail, I'll just mine through these high prices. That works, but it's still not the decision that would maximize your profit or leave you with the most amount of Bitcoin at the end of the day, either or. And so that's kind of where, where Luxor is now kind of entering the space and helping Bitcoin miners become experts in having an energy strategy and having solutions to potentially just lock in an operating spread, sell the compute, buy the power, and just stay online. And so I just find that super exciting, and just, again, to being a pioneer, so maybe, we're not, potentially now the Bitcoin industry is actually following other industries, but Luxor within the mining industry is a pioneer, kind of taking that on. And that's why I'm very excited to be part of that team, and to be adding, energy solutions to that kind of, vision and innovation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fascinating too, because I didn't ask, what year did you first, I guess, hear about Bitcoin?
I So it was probably 2016 that I made my first purchase, but it was one of those, it was a purchase to buy something on the internet that I shouldn't be buying.
Yeah.
So it was like in the wallet, out the wallet. And now
Yeah.
if I go look at that, thing that I bought, that was like, now it's worth, 50
Yeah.
grand. It's
It
hard to look at. But yeah, it was
it's so
around
funny. Yeah.
2016, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because so lots of funny stories like that too. That I have some buddies who can go on and on about their first Bitcoin purchases and how they wish that they just held the Bitcoin. The reason why I ask is because it's been so interesting, kind of, building in the mining industry. Started as mining in January of 2018, right? And so the amount of infrastructure that's come online over that time, first there, like, options and everything launched for Bitcoin, and it was really interesting when I'm not sure, it might have been Luxor actually as the first ones talking about it in the market, about rolling out the product that you just mentioned. And I'm personally, like, I haven't been paying too much attention to all of the different advancements in terms of what's happened in that market. Uh, so just to, I guess, take a step back and really lay out kind of where things are and how that market has progressed. Because as you mentioned, in the traditional commodities, traditional energy sector, you've got a lot more levers that you can pull. And it seems like, okay, now you're starting to see this infrastructure that you might have had in the traditional industries, but now coming to the miners, and you've got this really sophisticated commodities view of how this market can evolve. I'm very curious in terms of like who are the people who uh, are using it the most today, and maybe just to really fully understand like the full life cycle, like if you could give an example of like what someone like that might go through, like what a miner who it's like, hey, we're in this decision matrix, we decide to go and hedge some of this risk or go and participate in this market, and what that looks like, I think uh, would be really, really useful. And, maybe a miner out there hears it and thinks, that might be kind of nice. Maybe, maybe we should start doing that.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's been it's been a progression. I watch most of it kind of as an outsider, not being part of the Luxor team, but being good friends with some of the people on the derivatives team. And so, it was a journey to kind of find market fit, but it was also just a journey to for the industry to mature. I would say the real breakthrough was, understanding that there isn't a lot of appetite to lay off the Bitcoin price risk or the Bitcoin exposure. That and that's like, that's actually pretty understandable. Like, before I got into Bitcoin, I was more of an energy guy, and there would be oil and gas companies that would get really, really angry when oil and gas investors, I should say, when the company they invested in would hedge the oil price. And so they're hedging the oil price. They're saying, okay, I like the price of oil. I produce oil. I'm just going to lock this in. And that way I can invest in this new project, or I can make sure that my staff are paid for 2 years. So, from a why would you hedge, right? Why would a miner hedge Bitcoin? I mean, that's like, it gives you certainty. It gives you certainty to make an investment decision. It gives you certainty to pay your staff or to pay your power bills. And so it's kind of wild not to hedge the main thing you produce. So that's why you should do it. And that's why, where a lot of the interest would be driven from. But the flip side of that, especially if you're a publicly traded company, is there's a good chance that your investors want you to have upside exposure to the commodity that you produce. And if you go and you cap that upside exposure, then a good chunk of your investors are going to go, well, why are we investing in you if the thing that you produce can double in price and your economics won't improve? And the flip side of that is, if it got cut in price by half, our economics wouldn't get destroyed. And that's kind of like the trade-off that hedging always is. Hedging is not really about profit maximization. The profit maximization usually comes from like the full risk, like having the most amount of risk out there is usually correlated with the most profit, potentially academically profitable outcome. Hedging is much more about certainty and actually reducing risk, which does reduce upside. But that was part of the market fit that Luxor probably struggled with for a year or two, was that the appetite to, there were so many people who wanted to be exposed to Bitcoin. And so the USD denominated products that would essentially, that by getting into one of these contracts, your exposure to the Bitcoin price would go away. They didn't catch on for a bunch of reasons, and I suspect this is one of them. The publicly traded companies, well, they don't want to lock in at the time, 50K Bitcoin, because they view all their investors as being as investing in them as a vehicle to get that upside if Bitcoin goes to the moon. And that's a very fair take. So where Luxor had success was actually Bitcoin denominated contracts, and what those do is those hedge basically everything but Bitcoin price. So if the network grows, and if there's more miners and more global hash rate faster than you expect, that's kind of what a Bitcoin denominated contract helps you hedge. It helps you lock in network difficulty. It helps you lock in transaction fees, at basically the market expectation, but ultimately the price of Bitcoin is stripped out. And so that lets them hedge all the operational elements of running a Bitcoin mine, a lot of the uncertainty, and then and we're actually quite comfortable doing that, because now we're basically paying people, upfront, in many cases, in Bitcoin. But then if, to a miner, someone who produces it, but then if the price of Bitcoin gets chopped in half, well then it's a little bit, which is not good for them, but now their obligation and its value kind of gets chopped in half too. So But that was part of it. And then what I just alluded to there is in a lot of ways it's pivoted more towards a financing product, like where Luxor really saw demand for these services was the idea that somebody with existing hash rate could sell their hash rate, for say 6 months, 12, 18 months up front, could sell that hash rate at a known price ahead of time and get paid up front for it, which then helps them buy machines or helps them enter into a site or put a deposit for PPA or whatever it might be, and then they basically pay back with hash rate, and they got paid for that up front, and that has been a very useful tool and has attracted a lot of interest. And yeah, probably if people are listening to this, that might like it should drive some interest, because if you have existing hash rate, we're in a game where capital matters a lot and you're kind of in a race with everyone else. This is a way to use your existing hash rate to unlock future hash rate, or to use existing hash rate to upgrade your fleet. And that's proven like very popular. And we've gotten really good feedback that this is kind of adding value to the miners. And so we're seeing bigger and bigger deals. We're seeing more and more, just nominal hash rate, and we're seeing them go longer and longer out in terms of term. So go from a 3 month deal to 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. We'd like to get to 24 months. We kind of like to get to the life cycle of an ASIC, of a machine, and that to me makes a ton of sense, because a lot of these big purchases are a $10,000 brand new miner. Well, wouldn't it be nice to be able to lock in the economics of that miner right when you purchase it, so you're not for the whole lifetime of the miner, of the ASIC, so that you don't have this risk of you spend $10,000 a unit, and then something happens to the price of Bitcoin and now they're worth five, and you're never going to get your ROI on them. So that's our internal goal, is to get the duration of these trades into the 24-month range. So that's closer to the life cycle of an ASIC. But yeah, I mean that product has really taken off, and so more and more and more of the network hash rate and bigger, more established companies are kind of coming to Luxor to manage the risk of the commodity they produce. And we're doing a lot on our end, becoming SOC 2 compliant and doing audits to basically be like is a very reputable, the most reputable North American counterparty, to give these bigger companies confidence that this is as secure as doing it on the CME exchange or ICE, or et cetera.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. And just to, if I was to say it back in terms of like how it looks today and like how I understand it, it seems like you've got, like, let's say that you're a miner, you've got this ability to, like with anything, when you use one of these products or options, you are not taking on the full risk. So you're lowering risk, but inevitably that's going to cap a little bit of that upside. So it gives you that lever to play the game however you want it, take on the associated level of risk, and lock in whatever gains might make sense. And right now, uh, available to miners, I actually should ask, like, I guess what the starting size is, but I, and maybe that would be the next best step, is like, let's say that there's a miner out there, like what size would a miner get to where they can start to actually look at this as an option? I guess that there is like, probably, and what does that process look like as well? Like, if you're at that miner, let's say on the lower threshold, what is like steps A, B, C, D, like how does that whole process look? Like who are they in touch with? Uh, like how are they matched with the counterparty? Like how does all that work?
So contracts are a petahash, and so even though that is on the low end, like if you've got a petahash of hash rate, that is kind of what our contract is. So at petahash and above, we'll look at it. The better prices, and kind of we're looking for miners to bring hash rate. So the bigger the better, and the better price you're likely going to get. But in terms of the mechanics, like we've got a bunch of different products. So first of all, we do have USD denominated and BTC denominated. BTC is much more popular, but we can do either. So people can basically, yeah, it depends on what they want to be exposed to. And we're looking for buyers, basically buyers and sellers, and also speculators. So whether it's miners coming who want to lock in the value of their compute, whether it's someone on the other side who wants to just take a speculative view on that. So basically buy compute at a discount, or they think for whatever they think they have a market view that that commodity is going to be worth more in the future. And then maybe a market maker who just kind of views both ends and just knows that, like all commodities, there's a good price to buy and there's a good price to sell. And, given kind of all the inputs, there's a natural band on that. For miners to come over, yeah, we're basically looking for someone with established hash rate. So we're not, this is a very hard product to offer to somebody whose hash rate isn't real yet, because that's a story that if you've been in mining industry, for a while, that future hash rate like almost never
There's some,
comes.
yeah, it's like you got to get that online. Yeah, it's
Yes.
yeah.
Everybody's scaling to a gigawatt in 3 years somehow, right?
Yeah.
Even though
Yeah.
there's like
There's going to
almost no.
be more power than is available in
Yes.
mining. Yeah.
Yeah, so we only really take into account existing hash rate, what you do, and so if you are doing the deliverable forward where you get paid in Bitcoin up front, then it's got to be existing hash rate. We're going to look at the source. We're going to look at the PPA. We're just basically going to look at how financially viable you are as a company, and kind of tell you like how much we're willing to kind of purchase, or that you can put into our market. So we're very unlikely to say no to anyone. It's kind of more just like the size of how much you'd be able to sell forward. And then yes, like if it's off grid and it's got like a 20% uptime history, that's going to be treated differently than on grid 99% uptime. But that's who can kind of look to our what we call our deliverable forward, BTC denominated, and basically you get BTC up front, and if you want to use that to go make some future hash rate, that's that all the power to you. There's just that's now a contractual obligation to deliver hash rate, as the way that you kind of pay that down going forward. On the other side, a lot of people, especially on the BTC denominated contracts, they're just looking for yield, right? So this is a way for them to post some Bitcoin and get some yield that doesn't come from FTX or doesn't come from some Ponzi scheme, but actually it's very easy to understand that they're basically giving a BTC denominated loan, with the counterparty risk taken by Luxor to a miner who is going to use it to increase their mining operations. And then so the yield is, you don't have to wonder where that yield's coming from. It's coming from a very, very secure source. So it's probably some of the best, like triple A, so to speak, Bitcoin yield out there, where it's not coming from cloud mining or robbing Peter to pay Paul. So those are kind of the two sides of the market. That being said, speculators are more than welcome. So if somebody wants to, if somebody wants to post margin, that to take on this exposure to either hash price, like whether that's BTC denominated or USD denominated, and they've got margin to post to take that bet, then there's no limits. It doesn't matter whether the hash price is, like there is no hash rate to kind of vet whether it's real or not. Anyone who wants to post margin to take a long or a short speculative view on this commodity is welcome to do so. Most things are bilateral, so they go through our desk and we kind of match buyers and sellers. So there is a onboarding process with an ISDA. That being said, we also have an exchange traded product currently that is USD denominated on Bitnomial exchange. That has its own headache, where you do have to onboard with a like basically an FCM, kind of like a middleman who makes sure that you're not going to go bust. So you have to be onboarded onto Bitnomial in order to trade this product, which has proven to be a big barrier for us, but it is out there. And then so that's something that you can just click. There's no OTC, there's no brokerage. It's just there's a market that trades there, and you can click to buy, click to sell, and yeah, that trades on Bitnomial currently.
Wow. And now I'm really curious on the Bitcoin yield uh, product that you mentioned. So if you're a holder of, let's say that you've got like a couple Bitcoin that you want to earn yield on, you don't want to sell your Bitcoin, you can go post that Bitcoin, and I guess how does that return profile on you posting that Bitcoin look with Luxor as the counterpart? So Luxor is the counterparty. What would be that um, like Bitcoin on Bitcoin return is like, how is that being positioned uh, to the lender who's like posting their Bitcoin as collateral?
Yeah, so how that's being positioned is the provider, the owner of the Bitcoin, the liquidity provider, they face Luxor. They don't face the miner. So the counterparty risk is borne by Luxor. And so we kind of work as an FCM in that sense. And yeah, it is just a percentage terms, Bitcoin on Bitcoin. The nice thing is that as the miner basically pays it back with hash rate, we pay it back incrementally. So it's not that you get your entire loan back at the end of the term, like many loans, but you actually start getting your principal back in a more your principal and interest kind of in a linear fashion over the term of the loan. And that is actually quite interesting. Like it changes how you'd calculate ROI, because it's not that your entire investment is out of reach for the duration of the loan, but you start getting access to your liquidity back over time, where about halfway through the contract, you've got access to half your liquidity. And that does change the ROI compared to a lot of other services offering yield on Bitcoin, in a favorable way, right? Because, you can now use, at halfway through the term, you can now use half your liquidity to go do something else with it. So you shouldn't consider it basically. So your principal shrinks over time. And so that kind of does help the math. But yeah, that's how it looks. That's how it looks from the lender's perspective.
Very, very interesting. What's the term length of those no, loans normally for for the Bitcoin on Bitcoin where you start getting incremental?
Anything from like 3 months to a year out. We're trying to do, like, because there's always a buyer and a seller on these trades, right? So the longer the longer that a miner is willing to basically pre-sell their hash rate, the longer the term of the loan on the other side, or the term of, essentially you are essentially buying that hash rate, but you're buying it at a locked-in price. So as long as it's delivered, you're basically buying it at a discount. So you're selling hash rate at a discount, buying hash rate at a discount, is more or less how this is working. But yeah, that's like, as long, if somebody was willing to sell for 3 years, then we could lend it for 3 years. So it really is, and that's like, what we're finding is that someone who does a three month deal is likely to do a 6 month deal after that, and likely to do a 9 month deal. And so it's about building confidence in the process, in the product, in Luxor as a counterparty. And so we're seeing the durations and the sizes of these deals go up over time. I think that they're naturally going to kind of stop at the 2-3 year time frame, because that's the life cycle of an ASIC. It starts matching kind of the lower end of PPA power deals. And I just think that's kind of where, nobody knows. That's also kind of like a halfening, like a halfening every 3.5 years. So that's kind of where maybe see an upper end to the term where miners would want to sell, but I could be surprised, right? Like we see oil deals and power deals that go out 10, 15 years. So maybe we see a compute deal there at one point. But yeah, to the root of your question, as it matters right now, probably 6 months to 12 months is probably where most of the liquidity is going to happen.
Yeah, dude, this has been so interesting. Like this is, I don't know if you get this sense, but at least for me, just this is the perfect conversation to like have and really try and diving back into it. And I mean, you obviously are a quick learner, 11 months into Luxor, and you are able to articulate these things so well, man. So appreciate you running through all of this. I see we're coming up on the hour, so I want to be respectful of your time. Before we wrap things up, I'm just curious because I know we covered a number of different topics and we didn't get to everything that I had sent over in the email ahead of time. So, is there anything, I guess, on some of those topics ahead of time that you want us to cover before we before we wrap up? Because I'm just looking at the time, and I don't think we'll have the time to go through everything. But if you were to like pick one thing from there that's like most interesting that we could talk about for a little bit, or if you have a hard stop, just let me know what
Well, not
works.
Not at all. And Will, you've been an awesome host, like almost like too generous, like I didn't get into your background at all. And also, I feel like there's been a lot of, sharing what Luxor is doing, which I'm of course super excited about, but like that's, very, very, very generous of you to kind of, allow us to kind of spotlight what we're working on and our views of the future. So no, like I actually feel like we got a ton of opportunity to talk about what Luxor's doing. If there's a topic kind of more high level, I guess the one piece that I would grab from our email, but we really did kind of cover it in all your like very good questions about kind of the derivatives product and the forwards there, but is just making a deal directly with our announcement with Canaan is it's kind of the evolution of that, or it just shows like this is the industry kind of maturing and adopting this innovation, or just adopting this approach. So I've talked about it makes sense that the term of a loan or a term of a forward sale would kind of pair with the life cycle of an ASIC. And then now we partnered with Canaan, where they make these computers, they make these ASICs, and we can offer financing through our products directly with them, right? So now we've got people who directly make these machines who are leveraging our product and our platform to basically create like a no fiat, like no dollars needed financing for the machines. And so I think naturally the evolution of that will be the terms of that financing will kind of match the life cycle of the machine. So that's like one news item that really isn't. It's what we talked about. It's just like a specific company, a specific announcement. But yeah, no, I feel like very spoiled as a guest to be able to talk about what Luxor is doing. So I don't have much
Dude,
more to
it's been
add.
awesome. Yeah, I mean, just getting to hear about it. I'm glad you brought up the name always kind of messes me up. Kenan, am I saying it right? Kenan,
I, I,
Canon.
I think you are. I might be saying it wrong. So
Okay. Because I remember this has come up before, and I just always, yeah, I'm always never sure how to say it. So but that is very big news that you guys line that up. And I mean, it seems like it is the natural progression that it would take, and you've taken that next step with them. And so I guess in terms of like the announcements made, is that like rolling out in a particular way, or how has that progressed? Like, what do you expect there with that announcement and Canon?
So, if you're interested, if someone's interested in financing an ASIC purchase and they've got existing hash rate, either reach out to us or reach out to the Canon team and just kind of mention it. But yeah, like just like it's this is a partnership, and we can do like a no dollars, no wire transfers, no banks, just no dollars transaction, where like around machines and hash rate. And that's as a Bitcoin maximalist, I love that too, right? Not needing to measure things in US dollars and not needing to send bank wires. But yeah, no, you can reach out directly to the Luxor team and inquire. And for qualifying miners, yeah, we can basically go and get some machines and upgrade a fleet, and no wires necessary. So that's live as of right now.
Dude, that's awesome. You guys are crushing it. And I know I mentioned it very briefly at the beginning of the pod, but I kind of guess it brings it full circle. But I mean, you guys have an amazing reputation in the space. Every single person that I've spoken with, a couple of people from your team actually over the years, like Ethan and Nick, and uh, yeah, just all quality people. And when we rolled out our product with SAS Mining, which just how Coinbase made it easy to buy Bitcoin, we were making it easy to mine Bitcoin, and you guys were the preferred integration partner there. And yeah, we've loved working with you, loved growing together. I think that there are big things ahead for both companies, and yeah, man, it's been an absolute honor having you on. So appreciate the time.
Well, William, thanks so much for having me on, and likewise. I mean, it's great to work with quality partners, and I mean, I do agree. Like, I'm blown away by the quality of people I get to work with at Luxor, and we seem to work with some of the best miners and innovators out there. I mean, we talked a lot about kind of innovating in the space and being a pioneer, and then yeah, I mean, right out there, like making it easy to mine and turnkey to mine, like that's innovation too, right? And big innovation. So like yeah, we absolutely love working with SAS Mining, and yeah, just being part of the ecosystem and seeing like yeah, like we talked about pioneering a lot on this podcast, and yeah, just being we would love to be pioneers ourselves, but work with companies like you who are pioneering, and yeah, it's a exhilarating industry to be part of and work on. Yeah, really appreciate the kind of time and the platform to talk about what we're doing. So thanks for getting helping us get the message out.
Awesome. So what I'll do is I will have it clip up there. I'm recording it locally as well, so as a backup in case the Riverside didn't work properly. But yeah, man, thank you so much. That was great. I'd been out of the game for a little bit on the mining podcast, so it's really this was super educational for me, man. This was awesome. Oh, okay. Dude, I mean, I think it was good. We'll normally like we'll clip it down and just see what works best and probably make some shorter clips out of it too. Um, make some shorts as well. So after all that's done, I'll send it off your way and then you'll be able to check it out. But yeah, we definitely got some great clips there. Yeah. Yeah, and it definitely flowed very naturally. I loved yeah, it helps because I'm like genuinely curious and you were giving really awesome answers and insights and uh yeah, man. I'm just like thinking about some of the things you mentioned. It's like got the wheels turning. So yeah, really appreciate the time. And actually, yeah, in terms of introductions or anyone else that you think might be good to speak with in the industry, Luxor or any other firm, would love to chat with any of them. So anyone that comes to mind, or if there's any interesting conversation you have out there, and you think, hey, this could be a good person for Will to speak with, like I'd be happy to chat with them. Yeah. Yeah, like Vespian or actually, I had Chase on at one point from Crusoe, but now I think he's doing like AI data centers or something, um, with some of those big checks coming in. But yeah, man, awesome. And actually, kind of like a side note, I'm not sure if anyone comes to mind, but I mentioned like I'm getting into the like I'm building at two companies right now basically. So working on SaaS mining still and doing my worker AI. And I'm getting ready to raise our next round for my worker. And in terms of just getting the business on solid footing ahead of the round, I'm trying to cash out just 100K worth of my SaaS mining shares, and I'm just talking to some people, one-off private buyers. So if there's anyone that you know that might be interested in buying like discounted shares in like a private sale, I started selling them a couple days ago. It's about half committed right now, but yeah, I'm looking to move on that quickly. So I'll toss it out there in case you know anyone that might be interested in some exposure on that front. Yeah, I've definitely taken some hits raising. I feel like now, it's in a weird way, it's like a love hate because I'm kind of excited to do it because I haven't gone out and raised in a while. But yeah, in regards to the SaaS mining shares, I can definitely fire over some information in terms of financials and all of that if you want to take a look. And then, um, yeah, if I guess I'll get that over later today, just so you have a chance to review, and if you're interested, pick up some shares. Yeah, yeah, sounds good, man. Awesome. Anything else before we get going? All right, awesome, man. Absolutely. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Peace. All righty. All right, so actually, I think it recorded. I really hope it did. Okay. In case it didn't, we recorded on the main screen. All your edits will show up here. All right, so Joaquin. Okay. Yeah, I was muting it while he was talking off air. Um, so this is really funny and embarrassing that it might not have recorded, but thankfully we've got the stream, we've got the local recording, so we've got that to work with. Um, okay, I will have to. I guess in the future I'll have to go into projects, go in, and click from here. That is that is odd. And it said that it was recording up there. The heck? Well, at least it was recorded on stream. So, okay. So maybe the quality won't be top notch, but at least we got the files done in that way. Okay. So actually went 20 minutes over. So, or that, yeah, I guess kind of. Turn that back on. All right. And we're still going, guys. Guys, see, this is one of the benefits. Make sure you subscribe and you turn on notifications so you can stay in the loop when we do these things. And in terms of the podcast, I did a little bit of research ahead of time, but it was very off the cuff. I didn't really use the notes that I had. Okay. So now we got a lot of work that we're about to dive into here. I'm just seeing this message. Yo, sorry, I'm just seeing this message now. Yeah, how about we do 7 p.m. at Elefante? That sounds good to me. Um, if that still works for you, just let me know and we'll make it happen. I'm pumped to catch up. It'll be sweet. All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. So now we are going. Okay, so we finished up the podcast. All right, now we got to dive into the hiring. As you know, we are bringing on a tier one, top tier CTO. We've got some good intros and stuff ready. All right, let's see the applicants. Let's check them out. I'll log into LinkedIn. Oh, a message walking.
And when it comes to this, yes, I agree. I think it's good to follow the rules that you sent me. When it comes to the screens, the idea is for you to, of course, have the separate screens for you to have an organized, a more organized image. With the screens, of course, we're gonna have a title. It's not a title card. It's like like a lower third for you to put the title of whatever topic you're speaking of, and as well a logo on the corner, maybe some information in the other corner, and it will also include lower thirds for your name or the guest's name, similar to what you did on your interview yesterday or the day before. I liked how you had your name, your role, CEO partner, and you had Kyle. You just put the name Kyle, but yeah, have a more um, lower thirds for the names, for the title, and then of course the design. If you want, the design can be animated. I wasn't going for an animated screen just because in my experience, that may give you complications on the stream. Maybe it's too much to process. Maybe if you have like a strong computer and I know you have a
All
great
right, we already
internet, so it might
listened
not
to
be an
this
issue. But in my
message.
experience,
I'm gonna send him. Yo, how's it going, Joaquin? So, not sure if you're watching live right now, actually, but we just had an awesome pod with uh, someone from Luxor, Haley from Luxor, and I think we ran into a little bit of a technical difficulty on Riverside, which is fine because we have the recording on stream. But I just wanted to give you the heads up that the login and the download of the separate files directly from the podcasting software. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the file saved in Riverside. So we'll just use it from the stream, which we have all that. So I think that we're all set. And I also was muting certain parts where he was talking just about stuff that might have been off stream, but I wanted to give you the heads up there. And uh, yeah, pumped to see how things go this week. Okay, so yeah, now we are going to go into the jobs section. Actually, I'm just gonna double check and make sure that all the stuff. Look at the jobs here. Okay. How many applicants do we have here? Wow, we've got a lot of applicants. Okay, we've got 134 applicants on LinkedIn alone. 134. Maybe, should I put this on screen? I don't know. Well, we are going to have to find out the best way to filter this. Let's look by good fits. How many do we have that are a good fit? Okay, okay. So we are going to review these roles just to be, you know what? I'm going to review the roles. I'm going to review their profiles outside of here. So let's see. Let's see the full profile. A lot of experience from that guy. All right, we're just going through these applications. So I'm going to play some music while we're doing this. All right. I'm also going to see what I can do for... All right, so we are looking at how to optimize our process for finding the best CTO for my worker. For context, we put out a job post on LinkedIn and have 134 applicants. We also have some introductions that have been made for us. So with all of that said, what do you think would be the best process for us to start running? This is kind of interesting. We actually have some pretty good applicants, guys. Damn. Okay. I guess I'm not going to say their names, but got people from Stanford, Board of Directors of the National Defense Lab. This guy has a 16K plus audience. This person was head of data science for CVS for a couple of years and director of data science, expert director of data science for 4 years at McKinsey. Interesting. Why does it say that she's not fit? Oh my god. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what this says. There are a lot of good, we've got a lot of good applicants. Okay, this is good. Dare I say, great. Okay. However, this is going to be a lot of work. Okay, we're going to have to go through all of these. Okay, let's see. Master tracker. AI and prod 6 months. Block must have filters on. Ready to join within 4 weeks. Prod in the last 6 months. Will personally commit code as hired or closed over 2 engineers personally. Sorry. Three calls, manager, peer, direct report. Ask the same 7 questions below. I forgot to ask Haley for his phone number. True. 2 p.m. is 11 a.m. Change it to 11 a.m. Okay. I wonder if there's a way that I could like only show I might be able to because I just want to show their experience. We are rejecting people. All right, guys, as a heads up here, we're staying on top of all these leads. Senior consultant at this guy. This guy actually seems pretty good. All right, so master take a measure sheet. AI product, so file the routine. Gonna go through, we're just going through all 134 applicants right now. So if someone is good, I don't want to miss them. This guy looks pretty solid. Yeah, guys, we are being very strict with the sorting. This person could be good. Good question. Did he really go to MIT? Did he really?
Hi, babe. I'm glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you, too. I miss you. Call me. Bye. Hi, babe. I'm glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you, too.
I'm gonna keep going through these applicants. Ooh. Who is this? Okay. Ooh, this guy's good too. Holy cow, this person has done like a bajillion jobs. Wait. There's like a lot going on in this profile. He's from the same areas, man. When did he graduate? You know, give him a shot. I'll be right back. right back. So we are going to go through the rest of these applicants. Aerospace engineer. Right, so for those of you guys who are joining now, we are going through the CTO applicants. If I'm going through the applicants, what do you think would be the best way for me to assess background in a capacity that would help with us raising our next round of venture funding? We want to bring on builders that will help us secure funding, basically, and look good to VCs and investors. All right, guys, I know that this doesn't look good, but at the end of the day, like, that does open doors if they bring investor connections, or it'll help look good to investors. So and thank you for the subscribe, whoever that was. Yeah, guys, there are 43 of you watching across all the platforms. So whatever platform you're on, go and subscribe and turn on notifications. Okay, we're through almost half of the applicants. This guy worked at DeepMind. That's pretty good. Consultant for Costco. Bitus Lab. See, like, this guy's been CTO at 7 companies. He's been CTO at 7 companies. Haven't heard of any of them. Okay, that sounds bad. Most people haven't heard of my companies either. But it, honestly, he was an IT consultant at Costco and director of PMO. I don't know what that means. Director of PMO at AT&T. The CIO and CEO at eMamba. I mean, honestly, right? Oh, what the heck? What company is this? Alright, I'm gonna look at his profile. Worth a shot. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, well, this guy's got 2 full-time roles, so not trying to, can't get involved with that. That's ridiculous. Okay, this guy's got a solid background. Software engineer at McAfee. Oh, senior software engineer at Bloomberg. Okay. And Rackspace was a teacher at University of Phoenix. Okay. Okay, so he's currently, what is this? Artie? We're being really generous on our first go through compared to Technical team lead at Oracle. He's been at, what is this, Coupang? Education. This guy, unfortunately, is going to have to go now. Okay. See the next guy. Greg. Okay. He has master's in data science from MIT. Looks pretty good. All right. We'll give this guy a shot. We'll give Greg a shot for sure. Okay. Honestly, this guy seems good too. See, the thing is, there's a lot of like good people. The big question is like, I haven't seen like any like standout, you know? Let's see what ChatGPT said. Not research only, ship scale, fixed strategy. Gravity can credibly bring A-level engineers, design partner, customers. Speaks the language of dependability. Sounds good. Let me know when you're free to chat. guys, so we're still trying to figure out the CTO piece. I got a dinner at 5, so hey, how's it going, man? I am actually on stream right now, but if you want, I can call you now if you're open to it. Just wanted to give you a heads up, but yeah, I'm available to chat.
Hey, William, how's it going?
Yo, yo, how's it going, man?
Oh,
I was
good.
just I was just about to actually hop off stream in like 20 minutes, but I was in between tasks. I'm on right now. Are you open to chat now, or would you want to connect sometime after I hop off?
Let's chat now. Let's chat now.
Awesome. Sweet, man. Yeah.
Uh,
I'm glad that we got put in touch. Would love to hear more about the event you're putting on.
Awesome. Yeah, so the event I'm putting on is a very bold event. A lot of people like don't think I can actually pull it off, but it's a 10-day speaker marathon, 4-day hack. In those 10 days, is a 4-day hackathon, and then a 5-day speaker series. And on the last day is like a networking event. So we have a lot of amazing speakers already confirmed, such as Dr. Ralph Merkel. He's a pioneer in nanotechnology, cryptocurrency, and cryogenics. So he'll be giving a talk on how to use nanotech to scale like data centers so they're not using so much energy on the grid. We also have a lot of different speakers who are focused in extended reality, um, such as Marissa Irvin. She's like she's a TED Talk speaker. We also have a guy Ian Utite. He's a 10-time co-founder, and he'll be talking about how to use AI or will decentralized AI create a universal maximum income. So we have a lot of different interesting talks lined up, especially Manish Jain. He's former PayPal mafia, and he's really big on systems thinking. So he'll be giving a talk on now that AI gives us access to infinite knowledge, it'll take human discernment in order to figure out what's valuable and what you should throw away, right? So yeah, so far we have about 50 plus speakers, but it's not enough for a whole 5 days. Like what we have so far is only 3 days, so we need 2 more days, pretty much.
Okay, awesome. Well, I know I sent over the quick voice note the other day, telling you a little bit about my background, but would be happy to participate and yes, get involved with the event.
Nice, awesome. And so in the voice note, I heard that you are participating in 2 startups. Are they startups or are they full businesses?
Yeah, well, both of them are at different stages. So I started SAS Mining. It's a Bitcoin mining company back in January of 2018. Today, the business is operating on 3 different continents with mining operations about to hit 4 soon once we launch this next facility. And I'm the president and founder of that company. And I'm the CEO and founder of a company called My Worker AI. And that company I started in 2024. The product is an AI sales product. In particular, we're an AI sales team as a service subscription for founders that are trying to scale their businesses. And that one's earlier stage. I'm getting ready to actually raise our pre-seed round. Um, so yeah, they're at different stages, but I'm deep in both the AI front and the Bitcoin front. Been a tech entrepreneur for about a decade, and the yeah, I love doing media stuff. I'm doing the streaming almost daily now, and then uh, yeah, would love to do some more in-person events. One of the things that I want to start doing is actually getting a like a cameraman or someone to start going with me to events so we can start creating more like in-person content that can be sent out to the audience. But right now we're just trying to build the base a little bit more with the streaming and our current strategy.
Nice. So, like, you're the type of people that I look for, like people who are future focused and understand that, the dynamics has changed. Like, I'm a millennial, so I'm already like on Twitch, make TikTok videos, I even do the stupid TikTok dances, right? Because I understand that like the dynamics has changed, and now we're participating as entrepreneurs in what's called a attention economy, and also the creator economy is at large. So, you know, when I do my events, I try to incorporate these types of elements, live streaming on Twitch, live streaming on YouTube, live streaming on the various platforms, just because it's not just about the people who are in person, it's also about, you know, the people who are online and maybe they're in a whole different country and they're not able to join us, but they can still, you know, participate in the experience and even like chat with other people who are participating in the experience as well. So, you know, I'm right there with you as far as embracing our current technology in order to leverage to a larger audience.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be one of the big trends you see, especially with the barrier to entry for you to launch products and build dropping with AI. I think that a lot of founders are going to need to become influencers, and a lot of these influencers that might not have had the chops without AI to become founders are going to be able to build big businesses. So I think you're going to see overlap, and that's one of the big things here where we'll do the live stream, but then we'll clip it into 5 clips a day that stream, and then also a YouTube video. And then we're live streaming to 5 platforms and then clipping to a couple others. So we just got the machine built, and we've been doing it for about a month, but it's been crazy to see even just the traction thus far after doing it for such a short period of time.
Nice. Yeah. So that's actually like why I'm doing a 10-day event, right? Because I believe more in organic promotion, because everyone's like on my case, why are you not using Facebook ads, this, that, and the other? It's because like, so the reason I'm doing the 10-day event is to build momentum, and I want to see how big the momentum can get. Like after the hackathon, we clip that into 5 pieces, and then it's a 4 day. So each day times 5 is like 20 pieces of content, right? And then the speaker series starts, and then we have 6 speakers per day. Each session is broken down into a 30-minute keynote and then a 20-minute panel. It could be 20 to 45 minutes, depending on how interesting it is. And then like a 15-minute Q&A, right? And then we break that down into multiple pieces of content. And then, that's like, let's say 20-minute keynote, we could probably get five 1-minute clips out of that. And then the panel, we could probably get 5 1-minute clips out of that. And then the Q&A, we could probably get 3 1-minute clips out of that. So 5, 5, 3, that's 13. And 13 times 6. Like we can get, I'm not a mathematician, so I gotta pull up my calculator. But like 6 times 13. So we can get 78 pieces of content out of 1 day, and then 1 day times 5, we get like 390 pieces of content out of like our entire 10-week thing. And then out of that, like just by like percentages and probabilities, at least let's say 390, 39, 10% is probably going to go viral, right? So I want to see like if I do the strategy and we start like a 10-day expo from day 1 to, let's say, like 50 people show up. I'm curious to see how much people show up by day 9, which is the final day of the speaker series. And then on the last day is the network and mixer, and I'm just curious to see how much people show up to that. So this is kind of an experiment, just like leveraging social media and understand how things go viral, and trying to figure out if this could be a possible like new, I guess, conference model where you leverage social media. You don't really use traditional ads, but you leverage social media to kind of build your audience in real time. And I'm curious, like how many people will start coming in person versus watching on live, and the type of buzz that it will create.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. The one other thing is like, do you have the channels already set up, and like, is there any content on it, or is it going full fresh starting when the conference starts?
Yeah, the channels are already set up. There is content. So I have a newsletter that has about 11,000 at the moment. My YouTube has 180, 190-ish. Instagram has about 500. TikTok has about 12 or 27 or something like that. So yeah, the channels are already set up.
Okay. Yeah,
But
that's
also,
good that you already have channels that have like, some like following and stuff, because that'll significantly increase the probability that some of the clips might pop off.
yeah, and also just collaborating with other tech influencers and merging different audiences, that also contributes to the catalyst as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. So as a event organizer, I'm just filled with crazy ideas. I'm always trying to do something crazy. So so this is like probably the craziest idea I ever had.
Nice, man. Yeah. Have you been putting on other events, or is this one gonna be like
Yeah, this is
for?
my fifth. This is my fifth event.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Nice.
last one was like 2 weeks ago with California State Treasurer Fiona Ma, as well as some local influential, powerful women. And that was pretty good. We had in person 200. And then in May, I collaborated with a woman founder and we did a women leadership summit. And that had about 200, 250 as well. And then in December, we did a creator economy. And then last year, September, we did an AI Innovator Summit. So this big trade show is like my fifth one, my fifth big event.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Well, just based on like how you're thinking about it, I mean, I could throw out ideas, but what are some of your ideas in terms of like what might work, and how I might be able to fit in or help with the event?
Yeah. Well, so this is kind of my first time meeting you, so I'm not really sure what your strengths are. But I'm sure you understand like the concept I just laid out. So you let me know how you would be most comfortable contributing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think I think you got the right idea. You're going to be able to get a lot of clips, and I think you're asking the right questions in terms of, okay, who's the ICP, who's the audience, who are you going to try and get to those events, and what type of content would resonate with them. So just understanding, based on whoever you're targeting, what that like, what's working in those niches with that audience, and like in terms of like clips or like reference creators who might be doing well, and like any types of like hooks or things like that might be relevant to the content that you're creating throughout the week, I think is going to be important. And then, you know, I don't know how you're capturing everything, editing it, how you're planning on distributing it, but just having that good to go ahead of time. And then if there's anything related to like maybe on one of the later days, or if there are a couple uh, panels wherever you think I might slot in, or if you need someone that to talk on any of the topics that might relate to any of the videos that you're trying to create for that target audience, then yeah, you could just let me know what those areas are, and I'd be happy to slot in there.
That would be amazing. So after we get off this call, I'm gonna send you what we call our mission logs, but it's actually like our agenda, and then you can read who's involved, uh, who is participating in their panel, and then what topics are being covered, and then you let me know. Like first of all, you got to fill out one for yourself so we can know who's involved in what are you talking about. But also, you let me know what panels are interesting to you, and then we can figure out like one or two panels for you to join as well.
All right, sounds great, man. Well, appreciate the time and hopping on short notice.
Awesome, no problem. So let me send this to you right now, and then I look forward to collaborating with you.
Same here, man. Yeah, I'll catch you later.
All right, bye bye.
All right. All right, guys. I hope I didn't seem too distracted there, but I just went through a lot more potential applicants. I think we got some good ones. I'll be real. Got some solid applicants. This guy looks great. This guy went through YC. I'd like to see that. We got a lot of resumes to go through. All right. Here's what I think we're going to have to do. Just looking at the time, I think so. We've been going through the CTO applications. The CTO search is going well. I mean, just to put it into perspective, what I've done here, I don't want to like share all the information, but every single one of these, they've got a really solid potential background. And I'm only through like half of the applications. So that means that we're going to have to find some other type of way to further filter. Yeah, we're going to have to find another way to further filter after this first round. I might not be doing this in the most efficient way possible, but I do think it's obviously a very important, yeah, it's obviously a very important role. It sounds kind of silly, but one thing I might do, I'll come up with ideas. Okay, let's do a quick check on, let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna do a quick check on what ChatGPT recommended. Okay, I'm just gonna assume that we had that I finished going through this and we have 20 people. I want to see what it says. So I'm gonna say, this sounds like a good plan. I appreciate diving in depth here. So once we have it narrowed down, I'm personally going through all of the profiles to try and screen for at least those first pieces in terms of a good narrative partner, something that might be interesting to VCs. But then now I have 22 people left. And I'm wondering what the best way to really continue to hone down and scan is, and how many people, we want to speak with or conversate with. Oh, actually, I have an idea. I hope I have this guy's phone number. I have a friend building an AI recruiting company. I'm gonna reach out to him on LinkedIn. What the heck is this dude's name? All right, we're gonna try and find this guy's name. Oh my gosh, what is his name? You know, I actually can call someone who might know. Yo, quick question. Do you remember the name of that guy that I believe you introduced us to, who is building the AI interviewer or AI recruiting agent? I might actually have a different way to find this. Okay. That guy might have some good ideas on how we can do it, but let's see what ChatGPT said. So, tight funnel, 2 to 3 candidates who can co-pitch, pass tech DD, activate talent, and design. As the top 10. 5-minute Luma co-pitch. Why now? Why us? Moat when compute gets cheap. Two reviewer score each. Their 90-day plan. Okay, I think that this is a good call. It's a solid plan. All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. Unfortunately, thank you for the subscription. Unfortunately, we are about to hop off here. So I'm gonna go head to dinner, but let's just do a quick recap to go through what we did today, just so you can see, and make sure you subscribe before we sign off here. I want to show you legitimately everything that we got through. So live today, we went through the news, went through more news than this. You guys saw me try and pitch for 55K worth of, or 100K worth of selling of stock, which got some good leads there. It was more so just trying to chase down anyone who could be a fit. We went through follow-ups to help get the paperwork ready for the people who we have ready and committed. We went through the hiring. We went through like hiring of the CTO. We went through the podcast and the podcast prep. And we had a couple other calls. So we got a lot done in this, 5-hour, 15-minute stream. Appreciate you guys tuning in, and make sure you subscribe and